Okay, Chair Tatayan, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So this is day 2 of our hearing. Council members, let's start with the roll call, establish a quorum, starting with Judge Damrell.
Damrell here.
Romanian here.
Thank you, Maria.
Natoli here.
Smith here.
Don. Thank you, Don and Christy. And I think Virginia and Daniel are joining by phone.
Good morning, Virginia Medueno here.
Good morning.
This is Daniel. Good morning.
Good morning, Daniel. Okay, we have a quorum. So I will go ahead and commence the public hearing. Good morning. I am Susan Tatayan, Chair of the Delta Stewardship Council, and this is the time and place of day 2 of the public hearing, including public comment on the appeals of the Certification of Consistency for Lookout Sleugh Tidal Habitat Restoration and Flood Improvement Project, which for convenience may be referred to throughout this hearing as the Lookout Sleugh Project. Let the record reflect that it is 9:02 a.m. on Friday, May 21, 2021. This hearing will be conducted entirely remotely via CalSpan and Zoom. There will not be a public in-person access location. We heard yesterday from the Department of Water Resources, the Delta Protection Commission, Liberty Island Access, Solano County Water Agency, Reclamation Districts 2060 and 2068, and the Central Delta Water Agency. The Council's main role in today's hearing is to receive public comments on the Lookout Sleugh Project appeals and to ask any follow-up questions of the parties. Today's hearing will start with public comment. Please keep in mind when providing comments today that the scope of the Council's review is limited to whether or not the certification of consistency was supported by substantial evidence in the record before the Department of Water Resources. As with yesterday's proceedings, commenters will not be sworn in. This entire hearing will be recorded by a certified court reporter. The transcript of the hearing and all written materials presented during the hearing will be shared with the service list and posted on the Council's Lookout Sleugh Project website as soon as it is available. If you are interested in purchasing transcripts from the reporters, please coordinate that with them directly. The company name is Catherine Swank, CSR. The telephone number is 916-390-7731. As with all public council meetings, this hearing is being webcast on the internet at www.cal-span.org, and the audio and video recordings will be available for later review. Anyone who would like to provide oral public comment during the public comment period for the hearing today, May 21st, needs to contact the council clerk via email at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov or telephone at 916-798-9817 and provide their name and organization if applicable. Those requesting to comment will be called by the council clerk to speak in the order the court requests are received. And alternatively, comments may be dictated or emailed to the council clerk for the clerk to read aloud to council members during the public comment period for the hearing, which is today, May 21st. Once again, the email address for the council clerk is engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov, and the phone number is 916-798-9817. If you wish for the council clerk to read your comment, please state this in your request. Oral public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Additional time will be allowed for questions by the council members or council staff. If a large number of people express interest in providing comments, we may shorten the time limit of speakers during the public comment portion of the hearing. And if we do so, it will be announced prior to beginning that portion of the hearing. In the interest of time, we respectfully request that if you agree with comments made by a prior speaker, simply state that fact and add any new information you feel is pertinent to the issue. We will now open public comment to members of the public. Beck, do we have any public comments?
We sure do. First on our list is Randy Atkins. And just trying to see if he's on the list. I don't see him as joined just yet. So we'll move on to Andrew Goodman. Andrew has joined us. Let me see if I can unmute.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I appreciate you giving me the time to speak this morning. So I use Liberty Island a lot for duck hunting, and I've launched a kayak hundreds of times right by Slew there off of Liberty Road. And there are thousands of other people that love Liberty Island for what it is, which is a beautiful place to spend a day and get out and enjoy nature. For my job, I've been all around the Delta. And I can tell you there is no good bank access, or it's very, very rare for the majority of the Delta. And I think that's really a shame. And this area that you're considering cutting off, thousands of people fish it because Sleugh is deep enough to catch a nice fish. And, and you can access Liberty Island. And not everybody can afford to own a boat, and those who could afford it, not everybody's got room to store a boat in the Delta area. So you shouldn't make it so you have to be rich to enjoy our resources because there's no bank access. This is a good section of bank access that people utilize, and I really think that needs to be considered here. If you're gonna breach the levee, put wooden bridges over each section. You don't need a full culvert. If you're worried about predation, don't put a full culvert in, put a wooden bridge over. But you should consider the people you serve. Like, I know you guys just want to sell water because your mitigation goal, dictates that you have to do some environmental stuff on the side before the issue goes away. And that's the real interest here. But consider people that are wanting to connect with these resources. We have this gigantic Delta, and there's no way to access it unless you're in a boat. And that not everybody can participate in that. And that's a shame. And, I don't honestly believe this will bring Delta smelt back. It's a beautiful area, and you're going to impact thousands of people if you cut public access. It's that simple. Figure out a different plan, please. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mark Hanson. Let's see if he's joined.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great.
Good
I
morning.
appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. One of the things I wanted to highlight is.
Oh, I think we lost you, or I cannot hear you.
I cannot hear you either, Mark.
Am I back now?
You are.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So one of the things I wanted to highlight about this is for those that wish to continue to have access to Liberty Island, will need to do so either by boat or by kayak. Because it is tidal, there are times where you can't get in and out because of the tides. But primarily the biggest issue and my biggest concern because I kayak there as frequently as I can get out there. It's just an amazing place. But before I get into that part of it, there's a huge risk to kayakers trying to get out there now. The next nearest place is over 5 miles away for a legitimate boat launch, which would potentially put people in a position where they're going to have to find alternate ways to get onto the water, which can be dangerous. But more importantly, most of that access requires you to cross through the deep water channel, which puts a little 10 or 12-foot kayak in water lanes with massive ships and boats, creating another significant risk. Many of us that use it, summer, spring, winter, fall, are out there before sunlight to be able to get out there to take advantage of the sunrise in the morning things. And so without access to this particular area, you're literally cutting things off from people that it's a huge enjoyment for all of us. I wish I could have posted pictures to show you some of the things you can see during the different times of the year. Right now, you can paddle around with the swans and the baby swans. It's an amazing place. Please find a way to maintain access. I'm not opposed to the levy idea at all. I just don't want to lose access to this portion of the Delta. As the previous caller mentioned, it's hard to find places to get on the water, and this is going to make it next to impossible for people to be able to engage in this area. And it's also a wonderful place for hiking. I don't know that too many people are even aware of the options for that, but it gives you access to a huge range of terrain that you can't really see too many other places. So I don't want to keep my comments short. I know that you have a lot to go do today, but please find a way to keep this going. This access is really important to so many people. Thank you.
And next we have Devin O'Day.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for taking the time to hear my comment. My name is Devin O'D. I'm the California chapter coordinator for Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We're a nonprofit organization dedicated to wild public lands, waters, and wildlife. And a number of our members addressed us regarding this proposal in citing a loss of recreational access, whether that be bank fishing, approximately 4.5 miles of trails and shoreline that you can fish, waterfowl hunting. I wanted to reflect the demographic that I'm speaking for here, and these are not traditionally people that have the resources to purchase a boat, not necessarily. And the loss of land-based access would be a huge loss to this community, to a variety of people that are utilizing this particular public land as a place to fish, to hunt, to procure food for their families, and also for people to observe and enjoy and experience wildlife and this very unique place in the Delta. As previous commenters have mentioned, this land-based access is very rare. And I'd like to speak to a couple of the questions. I believe one that was submitted yesterday by the judge and a couple other people regarding the loss of access here and whether that has been mitigated for. I don't think we can compare the gains in the water-based access for boaters to the losses for the recreational users. I'd like to make it clear that I support the project entirely. This is an restoration work that needs to happen, and we absolutely support those goals. However, we want to make sure that the population of users and recreators that are currently in this area are not going to be disadvantaged through this project. And I can't state enough the importance of that land-based access, especially for those that don't have the resources for a boat. This is critical for bank fishing, and the small amount of area that was addressed that you can allow for bank fishing does not in any way compare to the loss of this miles of shoreline. I'd like to thank everyone, all the agencies involved, for all of the time and effort into this project. I hope that there can be additional recreational opportunities here, and that DWR and CDFW and all of the agencies can work to create either a bridge or whatever the best possible solution to create that land-based access. Thank you all for your time. Have a nice day.
Next we have John McManus. John with us yet? Not joined us yet, so we'll move on to David Urban.
Yes, hello. Good morning, council members. My name is David Urban. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good
My name
morning.
is David Urban, and I'm the Managing Director of Operations at Ecosystem Investment Partners, the landowner and project implementer of the Lookout Sleugh project. I'm a licensed professional engineer and have over 33 years experience in implementing ecosystem restoration projects across the country. Ecosystem Investment Partners purchased the land which the Lookout Sleugh project is located because, as the Delta Stewardship Council's own map shows, it is the area which a consensus of scientists and policy folks have identified as the ideal place in the Delta to conduct one of the co-equal goals, ecological restoration. It is located on elevations which fisheries scientists and hydrologists say can promote food production, one of the key building blocks of ecological health. It is located in an area which has been identified as a part of a strategy of flood risk reduction and has been designed to be built to the highest standards, reducing risk of flooding not only to RD 2098, but also RD 2068. Indeed, if the current deficient RD 2098 levies at Shag or Cache were to breach, it would affect not only RD 2098 lands, but also RD 2068 lands. RD 2068 needs to have a new levee put in at Duck Sleugh. Any project which is going to meet required goals for habitat restoration is going to need regulatory and approval process, which is predictable and fair. So when DWR came to the council for this part of the process, EIP and DWR had already been through a process of permitting with the Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Agency, National Marine Fisheries. We have done tribal consultations. We have met with the Central Valley Flood Board, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and we've had discussions with Solano County. We have gone through the CEQA process and have issued notice of decision. DWR has done its homework and provided the council a record to justify the consistency determination. Many of the issues discussed yesterday have been resolved by the team through interaction with appropriate regulatory agencies. Our understanding is the process we're involved in today exists not to reconsider the full range of issues already resolved by CEQA and the other permits, but simply confirm there is robust evidence in the record supporting the certification. The council seemed skeptical the project had been changed as a result of the meetings. In fact, we have changed the project multiple times through the process. I request the council support this important restoration project and find the DWR did its job in providing substantial evidence. Thank you.
Next, we have Tim DeGraff. Tim with us yet?
Can you hear me?
Yes. We
Yes.
can.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Tim DeGraff. I am Vice President of Resource Environmental Solutions, which is a national ecological restoration company. In my former position, I was the CEO of WRA, which was, I led a team of scientists working with EIP on site evaluation and design of the Lookout Sleugh project. As most of you know, California has lost over 85% of its wetlands, and nowhere else is that more apparent than in the Delta, which is greater than 90% of the wetlands have been lost. As Dave mentioned, we evaluated the initial site, and I start with that because there's very few places in the world, much less the Delta, where you can do a large-scale restoration that has so many multi-benefits. And that's due to not the correct elevations, not the right location to provide the various benefits, and it does not provide the ability to create diverse habitats to support not only Delta smelt, but a variety of other native fish populations, as well as waterfowl and other terrestrial and aquatic animals. As Dave mentioned, EIP has gone through a variety of designs and input to provide maximum input for the ecosystem. And so those benefits that wetlands provide, as many of you know, are not just habitat for endangered species, but food web production, nutrient cycling, flood protection. And so when you look at this site, it is one of the only sites where you can maximize those benefits for the Delta ecosystem. So I employ the council to maximize those benefits on this site based upon the input of the variety of agencies and stakeholders on this project. Thank you.
Beck, before we move on, I'd like to ask if any council members have any questions of the previous speakers. Okay, I do have a question either for Mr. Urban or Mr. DeGraff. Is it in the record before DWR the changes, the project changes you referred to? Is there documentation in the record?
This is Mr. Urban. Yes, we have record that at the 30% design stage, there was a connection to the cash Haas levy. After meeting with RD 2068 and RD 2068 engineers multiple times, we changed the record or changed that plan. And then between the 60% and the 100% plan sets, we strengthened the cash Haas levy. Once again, also after consultation with the RD 2068 60 engineers. And thirdly, the whole issue of the boat ramp that has been the subject of much conversation in the last 2 days. That was added about a third of the way through the process. Early 30% designs did not have that. Once again, that's Solano County and CDFW requests. And then we did recognize the need for access. And everybody keeps talking about kayak access. We're actually putting in a much better kayak access than what currently exists on the project.
Okay, thank you.
Susan, I had a question if I could.
Sure.
Perhaps to Mr. Goodman or any of the folks who have testified as users of the property currently. We've had, seems like there's some disagreement about the data on the radius of people who are currently accessing this property in question. I'm just wondering if any of you have can give us any insight just from your own experience with people there, where they come from, how far they come. And I understand it's anecdotal, but it would just help me to get some real life enlightenment on who's using the property now.
Can I answer that for you, Daniel?
Is this Andrew Goodman?
So I duck hunt out there every chance I can get. And on Saturdays and Sundays especially, the whole Liberty Island Road there is lined with cars. And you'll see families out there, just drowning worms, looking for stripers, just having a good time, just enjoying the outdoors. Like I said, it's a couple of miles. You can go all the way down to the bridge that goes into Liberty there. And people line the whole bank, and it's almost every single weekend. And every single time I've been there, I've never been alone out there. There's other people that go there. There's almost no good bank access. I mean, there's some, but it's like very shallow water, not very, very good fishing. People go there because they can make a memory and they can catch a nice striped bass. It needs to be considered. Like, people should have the dignity in their life of like being able to drive out and get a fishing line wet without having to be rich enough to own a boat. It shouldn't be a class thing. You know, if you don't believe me, take a ride out there and just sit on the levee on a Saturday afternoon. See how many people you see. This area needs to be kept for use. It's not just the people that go out there and use it, but the local economies. Every time I go duck hunting, I stop in Rio Vista and buy a soda at the Chevron and keep moving north. Like people go there, they spend money in the area. It needs to be considered.
Thank you again.
Am I off mute? Can I be heard?
And who is this?
I'm Mark Hanson. I spoke earlier.
Yes.
You were asking about the uses for it. I'm a year-round user. In the springtime, I take family and friends. We paddle around with the swans, look at the baby swans. There's a huge birding community that goes out there. In the springtime, you'll see people with binoculars and big cameras. In the summertime, there's people that are down there fishing and just trying to get away from the heat, get down to the cool delta breezes. There is a significant number of people that I would consider to be on the lower economic scale that do go to there very regularly to supplement their food and basically to be able to get out and be by the water in a way that is safe and easy access. So that's really the key to this. Is this strip of the Delta is some of the easiest and most convenient ways of getting to the water that you can find. And my biggest concern is that going forward, the alternatives for getting to this area are going to become more difficult, if not impossible, and much more dangerous. But there are people there that are year round. In the fall, there's plenty of people that go out for duck hunting. There's fall fishing. There's never a time of year where it's not something to see. If you've never been there, you're as equally likely to see sea lions chasing fish as fishermen chasing fish. There's all types of aquatic animals. It really is for the nature lovers an amazing opportunity. And if there's any way that there can be either improved access or maintain current access, it really would mean a lot to a lot more people than what you realize. The numbers I saw in terms of the actual expectations of people that go to the area, far lower than anything I've ever encountered. Thank you.
Thank you for your insight. Appreciate it.
Okay, Becca, I think we can move on to other public commenters.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam Davis. Adam with us yet?
Good morning, Chitatayan and council members.
Morning.
My name is Adam Davis, and I'm a managing partner at EIP. We're a landowner in the Delta since we purchased 3 properties that together form the site of the Lookout Slew project, and we're very proud to be serving as DWR's partner in trying to design and build the project. We've invested tens of millions of dollars here in the Delta, hiring, working with, and learning from people who call the Delta their home, and many who have spent their entire careers understanding different aspects of this unique place. But none of that investment would have been possible without the many years of effort and support that came before we were involved. The scientists, regulators, the RDs and flood agencies and citizens who care deeply about the Delta. All of this investment and study was to understand what places could be restored, in the words of Governor Newsom, to provide nature-based solutions. And Lookout Slew is such a solution. The right project in the right place at the right time. The stakes are high because between the drought, climate change, and the current fragile state of the natural system on which we all depend, time is of the essence. The small fish that is the indicator of the health of this part of the system is heading towards extinction. We expected a rigorous and thorough approval process for Lookout Slew. We understand and agree with the need for that kind of process. I understand the concerns raised yesterday, the technical ones which have been thoroughly addressed, and the ones about recreational access and fishing. But these concerns simply must be kept in perspective alongside the risks of delay taking more months or years for study. Upholding the appeals and remanding the project back to DWR for another round of changes to be resubmitted, and knowing that the resubmittal can then itself be challenged, and so on, would have lots of implications for the reality of doing restoration in the Delta. It would mean that the entire 21 construction season would be lost, that jobs will not be created this year, and that many more in the community will conclude that restoration in the Delta is not investable because the process required to get permission is just too complicated. There's an opportunity here to show the people of California that big things can get done here, that big problems can be solved. This project is about balancing the needs of the state water system with the needs of the natural system on which we all absolutely depend. It needs your support. Thank you sincerely for your consideration.
Okay, next we have a statement that was requested to be read, so I will be reading on behalf of Ray Costa. My name is Ray Costa. I am a California registered civil and geotechnical engineer. As a consultant, I have worked almost exclusively on flood safety projects in Northern California for the past 25 years of my 45-year local career. These projects include several hundred miles of evaluation, and in some cases, remediation of flood control levees in the Sacramento Valley and San Joaquin Valley. For the Lookout Slew project, I served as the geotechnical reviewer for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, required independent external peer review of the Yolo bypass levee, relocation and reconstruction design. As an independent reviewer, I was charged with assessment of potential impacts of the project on the public safety of the flood control levee system. I was of 3 members who comprised the Safety Assurance Review Panel. The 3 members evaluated potential hydraulic and geotechnical impacts of the proposed design. The panel prepared and submitted a report to both the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the California Department of Water Resources, which stated the planned construction would not have a negative impact on the flood safety of the levee system. The project designers used nationally accepted safety criteria and standards for levee embankment design to provide required erosion, slope stability, and seepage control. Relatively flat embankment slopes and the seepage cutoff wall are all included in the design. Sufficient resiliency, robustness, and redundancy measures were found to be incorporated into the future design features. Okay. And next up is Mark Cedarborg. With us.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Sorry, I had to unmute.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great.
Good
Thank you
morning.
very much. My name is Mark Cedarborg, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Hanford ARC. We're the construction contractor working on the Lookout Slew project with EIP. I've been in the industry for 26 years and built dozens of projects of this nature, tidal habitat restoration projects. I've been involved in this project for about 5 years in the planning and permitting and design and all the careful considerations that have been made. And I can say that it's probably it is the most well-planned project that I've seen. One of the things that I've heard a lot of comments about is that people are enjoying the resources that exist in this area. And from my experience, I can say that, well, and from what everyone can see, that the resources that we're all depending on or we're all enjoying are not static. They're deteriorating quickly. And there's an assumption that by maintaining public access to this area, that those same resources will be there in perpetuity. If we don't do aggressive restoration on this scale and of this complexity, those resources won't be there to enjoy. So you can have access, to every place in the Delta, but if you don't do habitat restoration on the scale of this project, you won't have any fish to catch, you won't have any birds to hunt. And so I think, the point that I want to make is that every project that I've seen that involves tidal wetland restoration involves some sort of trade-off. There's some sort of retreat of public access as part of the project. And most people that enjoy the resources that we're all talking about here and that we want to restore have an understanding that you have to have some level of trade-off to allow the restoration to happen. And the second thing I wanted to say is that, this project involves hiring and employing at least 50 people that are local to the region. It has a huge economic impact. The benefits are tremendous to the Delta community in terms of the economy. And they also, to me, it's what demonstrates, the best possible scenario for a restoration project. The access portion of this project is simply a reconfiguration. It's not, people aren't being cut off from this location. It's reconfiguration. There's room to continue to access. And I think, like I said, I just want to emphasize this is really well planned and executed project from all my experience. Thank you.
Next, we have Dan Palmer.
Hi, my name's Dan Palmer. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
I'm a chief estimator for Hanford ARC, the contractor that's going to be building this project. I've been in the heavy civil construction industry for over 42 years and have worked for several companies that build roads, highways, and bridges. And there was a comment that was made yesterday about the viability of building bridges across the 4 breaches that are north of the Liberty Island Bridge. And I was asked to comment on the cost evaluation of that. I wanted to point out that the cost evaluation that was done in that analysis was based on 2016 costs. Caltrans costs have been going up between 10 and 15% a year. So those costs are probably outdated by at least 50%. In order to build bridges across these breaches that are anywhere from 200 to 340 feet long, there would be 4 bridges that would need to be constructed. And in order to support those bridges in a similar design to the Liberty Island Bridge, which is a flat slab bridge with concrete piers, you would need to put in between 4 and 5 sets of piers per bridge that would impede the flow of water and possibly catch debris. And a 12-foot single lane bridge across any one of these structures or breaches would cost anywhere from $600,000 to $700,000 for the smaller breaches, and the 340-foot long pier design would cost probably upwards of $1.5 million. The total cost, in my estimation, based on what I do, is probably on the order of $4.5 to $5 million just to build a single lane 12-foot bridge at 4 locations over the breaches at Liberty Island. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Next, we have Daniel Liu.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Daniel Leway. I'm a avid hunter and professional bass fisherman. I have looked into this project because I have hunted out here and have seen the job. I see it as beneficial. Everything surrounding the area has been private for years. Now you're going to open up and have access to miles of land that you never could. It's beneficial to the smelt. It's warming pools. Fish will thrive. wildlife will have better hatch rates, survival, and it's beneficial for everything. I don't see, like I said, the kayak access. Well, before you would have had to have gone however far you had to go to hunt. Well, now it's right here, right next to you. So I don't see that being an issue. Maybe somebody can comment further. But with all the creeks and channels, the delta smelt will increase in numbers tenfold. They don't have the deep water access to have to fight for with predation of fish. And in high water years, which obviously this is not because it's a drought year, but there will be in the future high water years. Water management will be way easier. It's to me, it just seems very beneficial. And if you don't have the delta smelt, fish don't have anything to eat. So without the fish, recreation's down. If you don't have people that are fishing, then it's kind of hard to support the access with the bridges that people speak of. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, next we have Stephanie Freed.
Madam Chair, this is Member Natoli. Before we take the next speaker, could I just ask a question of a previous speaker?
Certainly.
Yeah, Mr. Palmer, I don't know if he's still on the line, on the bridges. Is there some information that could be provided to the council? He offered his verbal comments, and again, speaks obviously with some authority as an estimator, and I guess has some knowledge about this. But again, it's not just cost, but just he outlined some of that, and I took some notes. But it would at least, in my view, be helpful if we had some of that information to be forwarded to us, and maybe it's in other documents that be referenced. So again, I'm not asking for additional work, but I appreciated his weighing in and at least gave some point of reference for what that component would entail relative to cost and construction. So.
Yeah, I could certainly provide you with that information. One of the things that, in addition to the actual cost of the construction, is the constructability of those bridges. Trying to build those bridges over recently built breaches is going to be very difficult to do, especially the larger spans. I don't know physically, I'd have to analyze it a little bit better, but I don't know that those would be able to be constructed under conventional methods, which is, something that would add additional cost to it. But I'd certainly be able to provide you with average costs for similar type of flat slab bridges with concrete piers, identical to the Liberty Island Bridge, which is probably the most economical bridge design for those kind of breaches.
Okay, that'd be helpful, Mr. Palmer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Certainly, thank you.
Okay, did we have Stephanie Freed? Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Freed. I am a professional wetland scientist and certified ecological restoration practitioner, and I serve as the Assistant Director of Operations at EIP. I have dedicated the past 4 years to the Lookout Slew project. As was noted in yesterday's presentation, EIP and DWR have participated in over 200 meetings to inform the design evolution of this important project. Through discussions with the relevant regulatory agencies, Solano County, NRCS, leading scientists at USGS, UC Davis, the Delta Stewardship Council, and many, many other local and regional experts across all fields, we have advanced this design to what it has become. What a staff person of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service once said, and I'm quoting, is the most advanced Delta smelt project that they have ever seen. Balancing the input of so many stakeholders for this multi-benefit project has not been a simple process. And throughout these past 4 years, we have been receptive to and actually sought out feedback. I felt it was understated yesterday, and I wanted to note that DWR has posted information on this project on social media, on their website, in multiple articles and newspapers, and to their fish restoration program listserv, which includes an expansive representation of interested parties in the Delta. For advancing the design when consulting experts, we had worked with them to understand what is not known in the scientific community and have incorporated opportunities for future research into the project. Within the 3,400 acres of proposed restored landscape and over 20 miles of created large sinuous tidal channels, our design has intentionally incorporated replicate features with similar variability for researchers to study Delta smelt, giant garter snakes, and other important species of the region. In addition to the ecological and flood benefits, these new features will become waters of the state and will offer new public recreational opportunities on what is currently private land. As a kayaker and birdwatcher myself, I very much look forward to being able to visit the project after construction and being able to birdwatch from Duck Slew setback levee, from the northern portion of the Shag Slew levee, and launching from the agency boat ramp. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Nicole Hart. Nicole with us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for your time. I am Nikki Hart. I am a project manager and registered civil engineer with Blackburn Consulting. Blackburn is responsible for the geotechnical engineering aspects of the project, including design of the new setback levee. As project manager and senior engineer, I coordinated subsurface exploration and laboratory testing programs, performed engineering analysis, and developed conclusions and recommendations for underseepage and slip stability mitigation, levee settlement, and borrow area evaluations for the new setback levee. I also assisted in the development of plan and profile sheets and reviewed the project plans and specifications. Blackburn used appropriate design standards to perform our evaluation and design, including current guideline documents developed by the California Department of Water Resources and the United States Army Corps of Engineers. Our analysis and design recommendations were reviewed by the California Department of Water Resources, the United States Army Corps of Engineers, and an independent board of experts, upon which Ray Costa, where you read his testimony, he was one of them. Concerns raised throughout the review process were addressed and incorporated into the project design plans and specifications. This rigorous review and comment process provided an independent check on the analysis and design by experienced professionals to make sure important aspects of the project were not missed. The new setback levee will provide flood protection in the area by replacing a very old, fragile segment of the Shag Slew levee with a new robust levee that includes a seepage cutoff wall and relatively flat side slopes. In addition, the new setback levee will have a design height of 8 feet above the design water surface elevation that not only accounts for wind wave effects, but also sea level rise and potential long-term settlement. I also understand that the new setback levee is consistent with the Delta Stewardship Council's co-equal goal of number 4. And from listening to the comments, I just want to say we've really have a strong understanding of the subsurface conditions at the site. And south of our site, south of the new setback levee, there is soft, very soft organic clay and peat. And that will provide great challenges in building bridges in addition to potential erosion effects. So I haven't done analysis, we haven't done anything, but I just know that there would be great challenges of trying to build bridges over the breaches, especially given the soil conditions along that Shag Slew area. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Glenn Williams. Glenn with us?
Glenn, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning, council members. Can you hear
Good
me?
morning.
Great. Thank you for this opportunity to provide a brief comment. My name is Glenn Williams, and I'm the Western Region Projects Director for Ecosystem Investment Partners. Much of my role over the last few years with the Lookout Slew project has been working closely with the local agricultural community. In doing so, EIP listened carefully to our neighbors and adapted the project and the project outcomes in significant ways as a result. As you know, half the Lookout property is already restored habitat. The other half, the Bullsby Ranch portion, has been ranched by the Shane family for a generation as tenants. When we began evaluating the site for restoration, EIP and the Shane family sat down and worked out a novel approach to mitigating project impacts on those most impacted, the Shanes. The result is that the Shanes were able to shift their operation next door and had the resources made available to them to increase the productivity of that land and build up a new operation that will keep them a vibrant part of this ag community for another generation. Altogether, the Lookout Slew project will result in more than $6 million being invested in several local agricultural families as a result of our ag mitigation measures and through purchase of agricultural preservation conservation easements. All this reinvestment in agriculture will be within just a couple miles of the project site. Many of these families have been in this area a long time and recognize the challenges with maintaining the 100-year-old shag levee. These same families appreciate that the new setback levee being built as part of the Lookout Slew project will provide much greater protection to millions of dollars of infrastructure and thousands of acres of prime agricultural land that these folks call home. The last thing I'll share is the feedback I've received from the local ag community regarding recreation in this area. There are only a few families working and residing in the immediate vicinity of Shag Slew, and it is they that really bear the brunt of the impact from the public's use of this area. Many of the people using this area are respectful folks, of course, but there are some that are not, and theft, dumping, vandalism, and fires are an ongoing problem. And cars parked in a manner that blocks cattle trucks can be aggravating as well as dangerous for all concerned. While there's been a lot of discussion about public access in the Lookout Slew project area, little has been said about those whose livelihoods are most impacted by the public's use of this area. I'm proud of the work EIP has done in this community, and it is my sincere hope that we can move this important project as well as all of this local investment forward as soon as possible. Thank you.
Have Jay Punya. Jay, are you with us? Jay, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson Susan Tatian and members of the Delta Stewardship Council. My name is Jay Punia. I have worked for Wood Rogers and Corporation as a civil engineer since 2014, and I have been involved in the Lookout Slew project since 2017. I'm very familiar with the project design, hydraulics, and geotechnical analysis. In my previous position as Chief of the Flood Operation for the Department of Water Resources and as the Executive Officer of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board from 2006 to 2014, I have reviewed the Delta Plan and provided comment on behalf of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board while the Delta Plan was being developed. I'm well acquainted with the Delta Plan and its co-equal goals. I have reviewed appeals by various agencies alleging that the project is not consistent with the Delta Plan, but the facts do not support this position. Based on my 40 years of experience in water resources development and management in California, I can attest that the Lookout Slew project is consistent with the Delta Stewardship Council's Delta Plan and its co-equal goal. And I also want to add my perspective on the recent discussion about the bridges to provide access. The bridges will need the piers in the bypass, and those piers will increase the water surface elevation, which will be detrimental to the flood protection. And it will need extensive analysis and justification to the Central Valley Flood Protection Board approval on this subject. So I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address the Delta Stewardship Council, and I will be glad to answer any question. That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Jonathan Coors.
Good morning, council members. My name is Jonathan Coors. I'm a vice president with Wood Rogers, and I'm chief of our division of water resources. Wood Rogers is the engineer of record for the Lookout Slew project, and my staff and I are the lead civil engineers. The Lookout Slew project meets or exceeds the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers levee design standards and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board's Title 23 criteria. The analysis and design of the project has gone through rigorous engineering oversight and independent technical review. By setting back the Shag Slew levee, the project will enhance the Delta's ecosystem and lower the water surface elevation in the Yolo bypass, and thus improve resiliency of the Delta levee system. This is one of the key goals of both the Delta Plan and the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. I am familiar with the Delta Plan and its co-equal goals. In my judgment, the proposed project is consistent with the Delta Plan and is of substantial benefit to the region. I just want to add one more thing, just given the discussion of building of bridges through the breaches. The existing access road sits on top of the Shag Slew levee, which the long-term stability of that is very questionable. So if you were going to build or invest in bridges, you would also have to make improvements to that levee so that you don't ultimately lose the access by way of a breach of the levee. So that concludes my comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Braden Chadwick.
Good morning, council members. My name is Braden Chadwick, and I'm outside counsel to Ecosystem Investment Partners, the property owner of the project site and DWR's partner designing and building this project. The first thing to note is that the consistency certification adopted by DWR is presumed by this council to be accurate and sufficient. This is not a de novo hearing on the project. Rather, the only question properly before the council is whether substantial evidence of the record supports that certification. And this substantial evidence scope of review is described in the council's own public hearing. Now, EIP and myself are concerned this appeal has not consistently followed the established procedures and guidelines. The council's notice is clear that the proceeding is to be based exclusively on the administrative record before DWR at the time DWR submitted the certification of consistency. And despite this, the council has accepted written and verbal evidence from the appellants that is not in the record, including photographs and documents presented yesterday in the hearing. Consideration of this extra record evidence is inappropriate, and the evidence should be excluded. Now, many of the comments raised by the appellants, including much of the discussion yesterday, were not raised during any public review process for the project or the certification. As I previously mentioned, EIP has serious concerns with the council accepting additional extra record evidence. Now, over the last day, we've heard one of the appellants who never commented on the project during the public comment period present to this council pictures, documents, data, and even wild guesses at data that were never presented to DWR and are not in the administrative record. nor is there any indication this data had been collected in a scientific manner or even peer reviewed. Another appellant decried the modeling used for the project as inaccurate, but yet, as noted by Dr. Brennan, that same appellant recently relied on that very same model for some of their own projects. Other appellants bootstrap the language of the policies to make it seem like the policies say something they don't, or try to get the council to focus on errant details or emotion in an effort to obscure the only real question that's actually before this council, which is there substantial evidence in the record supporting DWR certification? In sum, it is irrelevant whether the appellants can point to snippets of data or items in the record for their side, and it is also irrelevant whether the appellants can tell anecdotal stories or show you a graph from Google. The only question for this council is whether there is evidence in the record to support the decision. And in this case, the answer is unequivocally yes. DWR has provided over 90 pages of cites and quotations from the administrative record supporting each of the policies that are the concern of this council. The appeals have no merit and must be denied. Thank you.
Okay, next we have John DeGeorge.
Good morning, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is John DeGeorge. I'm a registered professional engineer in California and principal with Resource Management Associates, where our modeling team has worked with DWR and EIP to analyze flow and salinity effects of the proposed Lookout Slew project. I've been involved with numerical modeling for about 30 years. I'd like to comment briefly on the applicability of the RMA Bay Delta model for analysis.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. This is the court reporter. Mr. DeGeorge, at least on my end, your audio broke up a little bit. Do you mind starting your comments over after you introduced yourself, please?
Sure, sorry about that.
Thank you.
So I am a registered professional engineer in California and principal with Resource Management Associates, where our modeling team has worked with DWR and EIP to analyze flow and salinity effects of the proposed Lookout Slew project. I've been involved with numerical modeling of the Delta for about 30 years. I would like to comment briefly on the applicability of the RMA Bay Delta model for analysis of the Lookout Slew project and the choice to focus the analysis on a small number of dry years. The RMA Bay Delta model has been under continuous development and refinement for over 20 years. Throughout that time, we've collaborated with USGS, California Department of Water Resources, and other agencies collecting physical and operational data to improve the configuration and calibration of the model. It's been used in support of major projects like the Delta Risk Management Strategy, Bay Delta Conservation Plan, and Eco Restore. Most recently, the model's been used to evaluate local and regional effects of many proposed tidal marsh restoration actions, such as Prospect Island, Tule Red, and Little Egbert Tract. In carrying out these projects, RMA has worked with federal, state, and local agencies, including USGS, USBR, DWR, California Fish and Wildlife, State Water Resources Control Board, local irrigation districts, municipalities, and water contractors, including the Solano County Water Agency. In 2020, we completed a significant project for the Delta Stewardship Council, examining regional effects of Delta geometry changes associated with 28 variations in potentially flooded areas across the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. Precise calibration of Delta models is challenging due to complexity of the system and uncertainty in local inflows and diversions. An objective of the calibration process is to ensure that model adequately represents baseline conditions, and also that incremental changes associated with proposed conditions is reasonable. At some locations and periods where the model is less accurate, incremental water quality changes can still be very useful in assessing the impacts of marsh restoration. The RMA Bay Delta model has been used successfully to examine the influence of the Jones Tract levee failure and the opening of Liberty Island to tidal exchange, two of the most important Delta geometry changes in recent history. Detailed multidimensional modeling of the Delta is computationally demanding and is typically used to simulate periods that are most relevant to project analysis. Changes in tidal effects associated with restoration efforts are most likely to be significant to Delta operations during normal and dry years, or below normal and dry years. Wet and critical years are often not included in the analysis. During wet years, water quality is generally of much less concern due to the abundance of fresh water. During rare, critically dry years, water quality conditions are likely to be poor, and that year's specific boundary flows and operation decisions will drive changes in water quality. So in closing, the RMA Bay Delta model is one of the best available tools for analysis of the Lookout Slew project. The model has the longest history of development of any multidimensional Bay Delta model, with the most extensive application to tidal marsh restoration. Thank you very much.
I have a question. Of all the witnesses that have testified thus far on behalf of EIP, could you take the question now?
Oh, certainly, Judge.
How many of those who have testified on behalf of EIP and or engineers and such have a financial stake in the build out of this project? Most of you? All of you?
This is John DeGeorge from RMA. I was a consultant. Our company was a consultant on the project, but we have no financial stake in the project itself.
Well, no, but I'm more interested. I appreciate that comment, Mr. DeGeorge, but I'm just curious about the numerous witnesses have testified who apparently do have been participating financially in the success of this project, whether they were consultants or whatever their positions were. I mean, can you give me any kind of estimate of the number of people that have a financial stake in the outcome of this project?
If we could have those public commenters raise their hand so we know who to unmute. Okay, you should be able to speak now.
This is Tim DeGraff from Resource Environmental Solutions. As a wetland scientist talking about the benefits of wetland restoration. Have no financial stake in the project.
So this is Jonathan Kors. Wood Rogers is also a consultant that has been involved in the design of the project. But there's no future financial benefit for my firm.
Do I understand that you at one time were consultants and that you did profit from your relationship with the build out of this project?
Well, these projects.
I understand that you may have a future stake, but I mean, you have benefited from this. Is that correct or not correct?
That's correct.
And Judge, this is Tim DeGraff again. My former position, the company I previously worked for, was a consultant. Under my current role, no financial involvement with the project.
It looks like that's everyone that's raised their hands. Councilmember Daniel.
I think Adam Davis, did we hear from Adam Davis? I see a blue hand raised there, Brendan. Or is that a previously raised hand that hasn't been lowered?
Yes, thanks for catching that. Adam, you can now speak. Adam Davis, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
With EIP. I'm going to speak on behalf of consultants. We necessarily.
Mr. Davis, at least on my end, your audio is cutting in and out.
Yeah, Chair Tatayana, looks like he might be having some technical issues, so maybe we can come back to him at the end.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Goodman, did we already hear from? Oh, is there a hand raised for Mr. Goodman?
Yeah, I just want to chime in on two things. So somebody said that this is going to be hugely beneficial for Delta smelts. If you read the literature and you're familiar with it, that's doubtful. Delta smelt depend on turbidity. So when they put the dam up in Sacramento and trapped out 1/3 of the sediment of the system behind the dam, the system is no longer turbid. It's crystal gin clear. So these Delta smelt get preyed upon by centrarchids, by striped bass, and other visual predators. That's one of the reasons they probably declined. So if you look throughout the Delta, the refugia of the Delta smelt are this is Sacramento Deepwater Shipping Channel, Sassoon Bay, Grizzly Bay, where you have particles in basically what they call wash load, particles that are always moving and the water is always turbid. That's where you'll find your Delta smelt refugias. It's not in clear water. So you can flood this little area and hope and pray that somehow Delta smelt go in there and don't get eaten by visual predators. It's not going to happen. Also, somebody mentioned about livelihoods being impacted of these farmers. You're really trying to argue the people that just made $6 million on sale of land have their livelihoods endangered by the lower class that are just trying to get out and enjoy nature. It's a weak argument.
So next we have another letter to be read. This is being read on behalf of John Pritchard. My name is John Pritchard. I am a California registered professional civil engineer and certified floodplain manager. As a consultant for the past 20 years, I have worked almost exclusively on projects to reduce flood risk in Northern California. These projects include numerical modeling of several hundred miles of leveed streams, rivers, and bypasses, as well as several thousand square miles of adjacent floodplains in the Sacramento and San Joaquin River basins of the Delta and the Delta. I am deeply passionate about projects like the one at Lookout Slew that seek to reduce flood risk, enhance fish and wildlife habitat, and improve resiliency by allowing rivers and floodplains to function more naturally. For the Lookout Slew project, I served as a lead hydraulic engineer, supporting the project design, permitting, and environmental compliance. I was responsible for assessing potential impacts of the project on the safety of the flood control levee system and performing analysis to support both the project levee design and habitat restoration design elements. I worked closely with the project's independent safety assurance review panel and engineers from the California Department of Water Resources and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to ensure the project's hydrologic and hydraulic analysis were informed by the best available scientific data, compiled with nationally accepted engineering design criteria and standards, and met all necessary regulatory requirements. In addition to reestablishing over 3,000 acres of tidal wetland habitat, this project represents one of several proposed actions outlined in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan that collectively aim to reduce regional flood risk by increasing the capacity of the Yolo bypass. In addition to lowering water levels in the Yolo bypass during high water events, the project proposes to take several miles of deficient levees out of service and replace them with 3.7 miles of new levee built to today's engineering standards, further reducing risk of flooding to lands north and west of the project. I am proud to have been a part of the project delivery team and sincerely look forward to the council's vote considering this important multi-benefit project. And our next commenter is Jacob Katz. Jacob, you can unmute yourself.
Good morning, Chair Tatayan and members of the board. I just want to thank you all for this robust discussion. It's been really great hearing from so many different perspectives and stakeholders. I am lead scientist at the California nonprofit California Trout. We're the leading conservation nonprofit in the state focused on fisheries and on healthy river ecosystems. And it's that idea of a functioning river ecosystem that I want to speak to you about this morning. And we all know how hard we as a state, and especially you in the Delta, have been working to create that ecological function in the Sacramento and San Joaquin River Delta and in the river systems generally. It's projects not just like this one, but this one itself that are so critical to actually making that happen. And that's because our water and flood infrastructure was built at a time when we really knew little about how rivers worked and how fish and wildlife used these systems. The design of the Lookout Slough project is so critical in that it's the first that is actually at the landscape scale and is based upon the premise of recreating the ecological processes that actually create habitat, that build the kind of physical conditions to which our native species can react, can actually recover. And this is a critical piece because it's actually at scale. That I'm maybe over fond of saying that fish don't swim in paper rivers. It's projects like this that will change that. Hopefully I won't have to say that anymore, in that we actually have to change the physical nature of the world that these native critters respond to. And in the case of Lookout Slough, what makes it so important is that the tidal channels themselves are long enough to allow water to slosh back and forward at their ends to supply enough time to cycle carbon, which is to say to make fish food, to actually create the fundamental processes which create the underlying food web, the energy source, the food source that can support delta smelt and other native fish. And this is the first project of its type and of this size and of this process orientation. This is really the prototype and the epitome of not just nature-based solutions, but multi-benefit solutions that meet the needs of people and the environment, that create a better outcomes for flood protection, for fisheries, for wildlife, and for really a better California. So thank you for your careful consideration of this project. And I think there's little doubt that it not only meets the consistency of the Delta Stewardship Plan, but is the very nature of the kind of project we need if we're going to succeed and recover these populations and do it in a way that really secures California's key resource, which is a functioning ecosystem that can supply water to both the environment and people. Thank you.
Next, we have Julie Morrow.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I live in Davis and I often take my family out to Liberty Island, and I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that lots of people were using it and my kids love it out there. We're all for restoration, but we would also like to maintain access. That's all.
Now are they done?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next, we have Bruce Jensen. Bruce, you should be able to unmute yourself now. Bruce, can you hear me? It looks like maybe Bruce stepped away. So we'll just move on here to Misty Caltrader.
I don't see her in the list.
I think she might just be listed under Misty. Let me move her over and find out. Misty, you should be able to unmute yourself if you are Misty Caltrader.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, this is Misty Caltrader from Solano County. I'm Water Natural Resources Program Manager. I just requested to basically for the council to consider for the county to submit written comments, not during this day, but during the hearing process prior to the close of the hearing. I just requested. That's all that I was going to state at this time, at this point.
Thank you. And next we have Thomas Pate.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Morning, Council. Pleased to be here. Follow the proceedings. I'll make this brief. My name is Thomas Pate. I'm an environmental resources engineer graduate of Humboldt State, professional engineer, classically trained and practically experienced in Delta hydrodynamics, modeling, and fisheries. And I've been practicing the Delta for about 25 years. After working for DWR for several years in my earlier career, I have been curating the regional water supplies for Solano and Napa counties for the last 20 years. In that time, restrictions on the MDA operations have increased every 5-year iteration of the renewal of the Section 7 and ITP permits. And we see that trend not slowing down. We see it continuing in that same direction. If you put yourself in my shoes as me, you may hope for the best outcome, but you must look towards the worst case scenario, which is continued reduced resilience of a critical water supply to 500,000 people in Napa and Solano County due to cumulative endangered species and water quality impacts for drinking water quality from large scale change of land use in the Slew complex to tidal habitat. Fish have tails and will spread out from the refuge being created. This is the uplift that we keep talking about, that we are concerned about above the current problem that we have. I have been providing these same comments publicly to DWR, to the council, to any other forum I can get a voice in for the last 5 years. To date, there has not been any meaningful discussion regarding these comments to date. The NBA regional water users cannot afford this risk that we are being asked to accept. There must be a backup plan for the North Bay Aqueduct if the uncertainty goes in the wrong direction. Lastly, I want to point out that the flood benefits that we keep talking about here do not accrue locally. They are intended to benefit upstream interest. They actually, at the end of the day, there's more of an impact at the bottom end of Solano than there is any benefits. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, I believe we have Dante Nomalini.
I didn't want to comment on this item. I asked to comment on the Delta Levy Investment Strategy Report from staff. Thank you.
I
very much.
apologize. We will call on you at that time.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that is everybody that we have for that responded prior to the meeting. Oh, go ahead.
Back really quick, we should go back to the beginning of the list of the people that weren't.
Yes. So let's see, is Randy Atkins with us now?
I do not see them.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to John McManus. I think we have John.
Hello.
I hear you.
Oh, great. Good morning. I'm John McManus. I'm the president of the Golden State Salmon Association. We represent sport and commercial salmon fishermen and women and related businesses. We have thousands of members across Northern and Central California. I just wanted to comment in support of the project. I believe there will be benefits both to juvenile salmon and to Delta smelt. The exact mechanisms of those benefits may not yet be fully clear, but we know that we've been hurt by a loss of shallow tidal habitat in the Delta, and we'll get quite a bit back here. I understand there are concerns about losing public access to fishing spots, and we're sympathetic with those. We hope that there may be a way yet moving forward for the project to accommodate the public. So we just want to say we hear those concerns, but on a cost-benefit ratio or view, the benefits far outweigh the costs. We desperately need the inclusion of this project to help restore the ecosystem. We know that the Shag Slough complex is one of the areas in the Delta where juvenile salmon go to rear. We know that we've lost a tremendous volume of salmon rearing habitat in the Central Valley. So this area is more important than ever. And we expect that with the completion of the Lookout Slew project, we should see significant ecological benefits. So I just wanted to make those comments, and thanks for having me.
Okay, and then let's try Bruce Jensen. Are you able to get in? Bruce.
I don't see them in the list.
Apparently he was having some trouble getting into the Zoom.
Beck, I'll try working with him to see if we can get him back on. But let's go ahead and move on to the next. If we could, I think Adam Davis wanted to try to respond to the judge's question earlier about EIP.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for the question, Judge. I wanted to speak on behalf, because you asked the question generally of all the people who had presented. So I wanted to just say that we are, of course, asking people to provide testimony today and opinions who are truly expert and use the best available science. Of course, many of those people, of course, need to be compensated for their time, and so have been consultants for the project or related to the project in some way. But I don't believe in any way that diminishes or belittles the actual facts that they're referring to. So thank you for the question, but I believe that is the case.
We're able to get Bruce Jensen in over now. Can you hear me, Bruce? Bruce, can you hear me?
He has called in on the phone, so he might be that phone number.
Okay.
Hi, if you're on the phone, if you press *6, you should be able to unmute yourself. Is this Bruce Jensen?
Looks like it says connecting.
Well, Beck, I'll keep trying to work with them and see if we can get a solution to this.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think that rounds out the pre-registered list for this comment period. Is there anyone in attendance now who would like to make a public comment? You can raise your hand On your screen, in the toolbar at the bottom of your screen, there should be a raised hand icon, and you can go ahead and click on that. And just to be clear, we are only hearing from people who haven't already spoken. Okay.
There's an Alex.
Alex Rebedu. Sorry if I'm not enunciating correctly. Alex, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me as well?
Perfectly, thank you.
Yeah, so I'll be brief as well and sort of a follow-up with Thomas. Yeah, my name is Alex Rabideau, Principal Engineer with the Solano County Water Agency. And one of the things we'd like to say is, I mean, the Lookout Slough is a very innovative, very interesting project, and there's a lot of science behind it. With regards to the water agency, our biggest concern is we don't want to be an obstacle. We're quite concerned about the potential with ESA conflicts. And obviously, we provide water to 500,000 residents in both Napa and Solano County. And our real concern is the fact that, we see many of these restoration projects like Lookout, Little Egbert Tract, and others. Again, there's a lot of science why these things make sense. And the reality is we certainly don't want to be the obstacle as, we provide municipal water to many residents. But the challenge is we have a lot of our compliance points really in the same location as these restoration projects. And so there's sort of this potential for conflict. But one of the ideas that we've really presented that's also in the Delta plan is to put in a alternate intake so that when there are concerned with Delta smelt, longfin smelt, and others, that we have an alternative that we really minimize these conflicts. We're able to take water from the Sacramento River and really minimize our impact, to the endangered species. And so that's something that we've had public meetings with DWR. We've commented extensively, and unfortunately, we just haven't gotten anywhere. And so that's something, again, we really don't want to be an obstacle in this process. But again, we just have not made any traction and really gotten anywhere with the state and federal agencies. And so that's something, again, we would just want to follow up. Again, really want to be a partner, but we sort of need support to make that happen. And lastly, with regards to water quality, many of our users are at the cusp. We deal with dissolved organic carbon issues, which are great for environmental issues and great for food. That's one of the main purposes, but they really conflict from a drinking water standpoint. And so again, it's one of those that we really see synergy with things like the NBA alternate intake. It's again, when water quality issues are poor, again, give us an opportunity to minimize those conflicts and really be a partner in the Yola Bypass Cash Through Complex. Thank you so much.
Any other attendees that would like an opportunity to make a public comment that have not previously?
It does look like we have Bruce Jensen on. Now we have his phone number, so I'm going to allow him to talk.
Bruce, you should be able to unmute yourself.
With *6 should do it.
No?
Yep, there you are.
All right, finally. I apologize for that. I guess I was the special needs man today. My name's, thank you very much for letting me speak and going to all that effort. My name's Bruce Jensen. I'm the General Superintendent and Safety Officer for Hanford ARC, and I've worked with EIP for the last 4 years. For some of you, yes, I have skin in the game because I will be paid to do the project. But if this job doesn't go, we still have other mitigation projects to do. I spent 9 years of my life working with Parks and Rec, with East Bay Regional Parks. I've lived in the Delta for 25 years prior to moving to Sonoma. And I've worked with Hanford for the last 10 years doing all these mitigation projects. The council was talking about, people having skin in the game. But if you look at the Delta over the last 40 years, you look like all the farmland that they've slowly taken back over. They've slowly created more habitat. They've slowly returning it back to its natural state. That's what California should do. This is not a emotional decision. You guys need to do the right thing by restoring the ecosystem based on all this empirical data and science and what's worked in the past and what's improved it. And this project, by being involved for 4 years, is one of the most organized, one of the best run projects I've ever seen, because everybody's taken into consideration. All the agency, we've had multiple meetings with, hundreds of meetings with, trying to navigate and make sure everyone has their skin in the game, their wants and needs, and the environment in it. And I know I sound a little emotional, but it's the truth. And I love doing this job that I'm doing. And I think you all need to look at the facts. So thank you.
Like, I have a hand up for Peter Smith. Go ahead and move you over here.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak as well. My name is Peter Smith. I'm a professional civil engineer with almost 15 years experience now. For the majority of my career, I worked in design and consulting. I didn't consult on the Lookout Slew projects, but I'm involved with it now from in the construction side. I manage Hanford's team. And I just want to kind of go and speak briefly about the roots of the project and the problem that we're trying to solve. And the problem affects more than just, you know, the local economies and stuff in Solano County, where we are talking about resource protection and the state water project that's moving forward. There's the biological opinion that that has been a struggle to kind of fulfill providing those credits. And this, in my opinion, is far and away the most beneficial and practical long-term solution to contribute towards establishing those 8,000 credits for the Delta smelt habitat. I've had the luxury of going to the project site on numerous occasions. I have interacted with the locals. There's a strong farming community there. Most of the farmers there don't own the land, and so they weren't necessarily profiting off the sale of the land, and they've been actually had to move their operations to sustain their livelihood, and EIP has worked tremendously with the local ranching community to not only, you know, at considerable expense to support their livelihood, to partner with them, to go out of their way above and beyond to do what's right in the region. And, you know, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, the results in the region because of this project stand to benefit greatly, despite some of the objections that I've heard this morning. And so I'm personally very excited to be a part of this project, to have the relationship that I've made to partner with EIP. They have a very unique project delivery approach, and it's unlike anything I've ever seen in my 15-year career. And so the outcomes are truly something to be excited for. And I think it's going to greatly benefit the region tremendously. So thank you for the opportunity this morning.
Anyone else would like to make a public comment can raise your hand by clicking the icon at the bottom of your screen. I don't see anyone else. I do see Jeff Henderson has a raised hand. Madam Chair, do you mind if?
Well, if there, so we have determined that there are no other requests for public comment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Jeff Henderson. We had one question that staff would like to pose for one of the public commenters, if that's possible, before we close public comment.
Okay. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. And our question is for Ms. Freed, Ms. Stephanie Freed from EIP. And in her comments, Stephanie mentioned sort of accessing the property from Duck Slew levy. And we're just seeking to clarify if that access from Duck Slew levy would be open to the public And we ask just because there seems to be some conflicting information in the record, and this is a very important point.
Thank you, Jeff. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great question. So I'm going to echo what the department stated yesterday, and also welcome them to correct me later during the Q&A. So essentially, after this project is constructed, there will be a new levy, the new Duck Slough setback levy. And while this isn't going to be advertised as a public feature, it will be similar to what the Shag Slough levy is currently, which the public does access. So as a member of the public, I do anticipate, being able to potentially access Duck Slough setback levy once it's constructed, as well as the northern segment of the Shag Slough levy north of the northernmost breach. So I hope that that clarifies your question.
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you. And staff have no further questions for the public commenters, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Well, hearing no further requests for public comment, we will now close the public comment portion of this hearing. And now hear from any council members who wish to provide comments or ask additional questions of the parties. Would any of the council members like to speak?
Madam Chair, looks like Councilmember Damrell looks like you're muted, Councilmember Damrell.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Brandon.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. The reason I brought up the issue of financial interest is a pretty standard comment that any court would ask anybody who testified in their courtroom if there was a financial interest. I'm not suggesting that anyone's going to testify because they're receiving any kind of funds for this testimony. That's not the point. But I think it's only fair that the notion of people who are benefiting from this project monetarily that it'd be known to the trier of fact, and we are the triers of fact in this case. So I think that's very important. It's not determinative by any means, but nevertheless, it's something that ought to be said and understood.
Maria.
Yes, we have carefully listened to the testimonies on both sides and a lot of technical information yesterday. I'm thinking that generally when I come to think of the beneficial uses that needs to be maintained, and the fact that, I don't know, somebody in their testimony said, well, we have to have trade-offs between restoring the data and letting people use it. And I just disagree. I think we are at a point in the development of this industry and knowledge and science that we shouldn't do one versus the other, one for the other, and to jeopardize the beneficial uses. I mean, the more we look into the governor's plan, the whole sustainability plan, environmental initiative is to maintain beneficial uses. Every water project we build now has to have beneficial uses. I mean, I'm working on Measure W, that creates stormwater capture projects throughout the county of Los Angeles. Every project needs to qualify, show one of their criteria and matrix on which they're being evaluated, beneficial uses. So I'm trying to think, and I'm struggling with this because, I don't know as much science as maybe people who presented, but I'm trying to come up with a solution that we don't pick one over the other and come up with some kind of an adjustment to really not cut people off of a good beneficial use and enhance that really, and then still do whatever we need to do to meet the co-equal goal and maintain the delta. I mean, this is where I am right now after hearing all these, all these testimonies, but, and I'm just, sharing this in hopes that we can walk through and come to a closer resolution of this.
Thank you, Maria. Don.
Yeah, and this kind of just briefly, but listening to the testimony yesterday and again this morning, and certainly with great appreciation for various perspectives and a lot of work that's gone into this consideration. One of the things that it comes to my mind, and still trying to reconcile it, and I think it goes to some of the questions that our DSC staff, Mr. Henderson and others asked, and then some of the responses along the way where, as it relates to this recreational access and the public access, and certainly problems that can be associated with, unpermitted access and such. But this, I have difficulty reconciling because I've heard kind of contrary views, this kind of subtle, well, we're going to rebuild this levee and people, can use it, even though it, maybe they're not supposed to be there. And I heard some, testimony yesterday said, oh, but it's trespass and such. And then, one of the commenters said, oh, this would be improved access. It might improve it for some users, but not for others. And so I guess as we take into consideration all the comments and, both the written as well as the verbal, our staff analyzes this. I guess I'm going to be very interested to know how those things, or how those viewpoints line up. And, that even with the parking, as it was expressed yesterday, well, there's going to be this bulb turnaround and wasn't really clear who was going to enforce, whether it be no parking there and, what sort of access, and talking about access to, an improved boat ramp, but there's going to be a gate there. And so I think there needs to be some clarification, I guess, regarding, what public access is, and is there this tacit assumption that, well, we don't, we're not going to enforce, or we don't post it, we really don't encourage it. And, I don't know. That to me is something that I would hope gets sorted out, obviously, in our staff analysis, but, other clarifications certainly by the department. Again, I recognize, the benefits of the ecological restoration and so forth, but that particular point, I kind of heard it argued both ways by some of those that were proponents, and yet, some lack of clarity too. Well, maybe Solano County has to enforce, or the Reclamation District. Again, I have some familiarity, obviously, from my work as a county supervisor in how some of the issues that relate to nuisance activity or such. But I think it needs to be really clear about, what, even to the point that Maria made, what is the essence of this, and, how much is going to be kind of the official or more formal, or is it we're just going to assume we'll build it and they'll use it just as they've used other areas, but really it's not permitted access. So I'll be interested to know as our staff analyzes this, and some of the questions they ask, I think we're really on point. So
just to add something, I agree with Don. If we can have the staff help us understanding the parking situation, the access situation, more specifics of what are we really giving up. And I think we are unclear on that. And we just hear all the testimonies. And of course we want both, but we need to understand, what are the nuances of access, parking, very, very specific issues.
Very good. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. So at this
Chair,
point,
Daniel.
Yeah. Oh, Daniel, go ahead.
Sure. Like other board members I'm hearing, I feel like I have a lot more to process and clarify and learn before I can come to a decision. But I'm really grateful for everyone. I don't think there was a single person testifying today that didn't add to my knowledge or understanding or thought process. So I'm really grateful for the time today and also for the years and work that is behind so many of the folks in their testimony today. This, I think, kind of close to what Councilmember Antoli was just saying, but I'm having a little bit of trouble reconciling. I heard proponents making the case for this actually will not inhibit access in a meaningful way, or it will mitigate any infringement on access. But then I heard at least one proponent suggesting that by limiting access, we were protecting some of the resident landowners. So I'm having trouble reconciling those things. If we're not inhibiting access, how are we supposed to give merit to the fact that limiting access is one of the virtues of this? So I'd like to hear some staff analysis on that. I wanted to particularly give a shout out to, I believe the gentleman's name was Daniel, who was a recreational user who argued for the project. I've been concerned about accusations that the public outreach has not been adequate or meaningful, and I was glad that there was at least one representative who wasn't brought by opponents, but showed up. It appeared to me, must have heard about it somewhere through social media or media. I'd actually be curious if Daniel's still with us to know how he found out about it. And the last thing I want to be very transparent about is, with all respect to the enormous expertise, scientific knowledge, and other expertise that we've benefited from today and in this project, I felt like there were a couple of moments where, if you were a member of the general public, you could have felt that some of those experts were being dismissive of what was referred to as anecdotal experience or so on. And I have to say, this is not my first time on a state board. I've been advised many times by lawyers especially how you can't take into account people's real life experience under strict parameters of guidance. And I differ with that. I believe that we can and will be true to the parameters of our decision-making within the law, and that will be informed by, it's always important to understand people's lived experience in situations like this. So I just wanted to reassure those members of the public who might have gotten the misimpression that their testimony was not admissible or didn't matter, that that is not the case, at least in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other council members? Virginia.
First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to everybody who has provided testimony, all the appellants, DWR staff, and of course to our staff as well. It's very evident to me that this is a project that is worth it's all of its hard work that everybody has put into it. And I don't think that that's a question right now, whether this project is worthy. I think the project is absolutely very worthy. To Maria's point, it's a matter of finding solutions, if you will, in how we can bridge the two together. I don't think that there's any disagreement that we want to maintain adequate public access. I don't think we want to restrict. I don't think we want to take away. If anything that we've all learned during this pandemic, and that is people want to be able to access the outdoors. And I think that we as Californians want to improve and increase public access at all levels, especially given, again, the situation that we found ourselves in last year. But the one thing that keeps coming for me, and given some of the testimony, and I've heard it twice, and this morning it came from, let me look at my notes. It came from Alex Rabidex. I'm sorry if I don't say your last name correctly, from who shared some of his insight with regard to water quality issues and its potential impact to the 500,000 residents. I take that very seriously, and I was hoping that our staff could chime in a little bit more on that particular issue. I do feel that we can find some compromise and some solutions for the recreational and public access points, but that's the part that I'm still having a little bit of a challenge with. If our staff, Jeff or others, could just share a little bit more about what this potential water quality impact would be for the 500,000 residents that Mr. Alex, and again, I'm sorry if I'm misspelling your last name, but Rabidix shared, if that's possible, please.
Madam Chair, and I may actually also ask Council Bez to check if at this point in time that's an appropriate thing for staff to respond to. I think the preference for our process would be for us to take that question under advisement and advise the council in the final determination.
Yes, and well, before Council Vera Bestachek speaks, I'm compelled to remind everyone, and I want to thank everyone who has been participating in this hearing and taken the time to comment and give us information. So the council is not judging the worthiness of the project, and our scope is not to resolve issues for the Lookout Sleugh project. We have a very narrow duty here, and that is to look closely at whether or not substantial evidence in the record before the department at the time it filed consistency supports that consistency determination. That is the full extent of what we are looking at in this hearing. And so,
Madam Chair, if I could offer a brief response to Councilmember Medwenia.
Certainly.
One of the things is we are aware that a number of appellants have raised arguments that restoration at this location would have impacts on water quality for the North Bay Aqueduct as it relates to bromide, salinity, mercury, harmful algal blooms, and organic carbon. And we are evaluating all of the evidence in the record that both the appellants and the department have pointed to support those claims or to support the certification. That is something we're taking under advisement. We will be advising the council in the final determination through a staff recommendation, considering all of that evidence.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeff. Appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Judge.
You know, one of my fellow lawyers was testified today, and he indicated that we should never have seen or heard any of the evidence that we did see and hear. And, you know, and the photographs of the various cars lined up to apparently enjoy Liberty Island. Maybe Jeff could also help us if that's evidence that we cannot see and we should not consider. Let's face it, when you saw these cars out there lined up, most of them were rather old cars and not particularly fancy cars of any kind. It brings up the notion of environmental justice into my mind. And I'm concerned that in doing so, by only considering the evidence, maybe we're limited in terms of how we evaluate the evidence. But if substantial evidence is also going to include any depiction of ordinary or poor people enjoying the benefits of Liberty Island and the slough there, it would seem to me that we need to maybe look at what we can consider, and I'm concerned about that. So I don't know if Jeff can help me and help us delineate what is appropriate to be considered or not. It would be very, very helpful to me, because I know that we've all considered the evidence that we've seen and that we've heard. And if some of that is just not to be heard or seen, then I'd like to know about that.
Okay.
I'm very concerned about that, by the way.
Madam Chair, I'm
Yes,
happy to respond to that, like.
Jeff, I think I'd like to take a 5-minute break here. So let's return.
10 minutes. Can you
10 minutes? Okay. Okay.
Before we break, Sarah, I just want to add one more thing, and I appreciate, Madam Chair, your comment about how narrow our scope of the decision is, but everything else that comes to define even that narrow space where we are making decision, like access, beneficial uses, environmental justice, if they ever come to impact that narrow space, we want to include that in our decision. In a way, it's good to hear more from Jeff and from people who truly analyze this and can tell us these things do have an impact on this narrow space where we're walking. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I do have a very quick response to the judge's question if we'd like to get that done before we take the break.
Okay.
Judge Council, the staff council is evaluating 70 plus requests for items, including photos, presentation slides, technical reports, to augment the record. And we've also afforded the parties the opportunity to object to any of those particular addition requests. And we're going to be making recommendations in the staff draft determination regarding whether and how those items are admitted under our procedures. It is important to characterize, however, that one of the key determinants is whether the information was before the department prior to the certification. Because we rely on the record that was before them, it is important for us to consider whether it's new information to the department as well. So that's a key part of our consideration.
Okay.
But yes, we are evaluating those requests, including likely requests for materials presented during the hearing.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, so the requested 10 minutes. We'll break for 10 minutes and return at 11:12.
Thank you.
Thank you for that request, Judge.
Okay, Chair Tatayan, we are rolling.
Great, thank you. So let's see, we were, I believe, going to hear from our legal advisor, Vera Bezdacek, at this point. Is that still the case?
Madam Chair, we may have resolved the questions.
Oh,
The
okay.
responses that I offered to Councilmember Medway-Neo and to the judge.
Okay. So let's take a moment here. I'm just looking at the rest of the day. Jeff, if we have resolved the questions, then I'll ask council members, are there any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, very quick question. In one of the callers' comments, I believe the representative from Solana County asked about submitting comments in writing. When we close public comment, does that close out the ability to have them submit those? I was just curious. I made a note of that they were going to submit that. I didn't hear what the answer was to that. Not that you needed to answer, but I didn't know if they could actually submit in a certain time frame still written comments. So,
Madam Chair, we do have a response for that we were going to mention at large shortly, but this may be a good point to do that. And Avery Livingood actually has that information.
Okay.
Good morning, council members. This is Avery Livingood speaking. So as Chair Tatayan noted earlier, the public comment period for the hearing is now closed. However, members of the public may submit written comments at any point during the appeal process. Comment letters will be posted to our Covered Actions webpage, circulated to the council members, as well as copied to the parties. And written comments can be submitted to lookoutSLOUGH@deltacouncil.ca.gov. So that's lookout, LOOKOUT, SLOUGH, SLOUGH, CERT, CERT, at deltacouncil.ca.gov. And the appeals process will continue on until the final decision hearing, which we are currently looking at July 15th and 16th. So still plenty of time to submit written comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Avery. Well, at this point, I would like to again thank all of the parties, all of the folks who took time.
Uh-oh.
Madam Chair, I think we lost your audio.
Am I still connected?
You are now. We lost you there for a second.
I'm okay. It looks like my internet is getting a little iffy. Anyway,
Madam Chair, before we close, staff did have a handful of remaining questions for LIA and the department. And if it's possible to quickly ask those, I think it would be very helpful for us with regard to this public access question.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, that's perfectly all right. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, Brandon, could we bring back Taylor Dalkey as well as likely Rachel Taylor and Heather Green and Charlotte, if they're available?
Yeah, 1 second, working on it. Who are the, so I've moved over Heather and Taylor. Who are the other two again?
Charlotte and Rachel.
I don't see Rachel. But the other, Rachel is over. Never mind. Okay.
So we do have 2 questions for Mr. Dalkey first, followed by 3 for the department, and that should wrap up what we are seeking today. Just in light of the number of comments and questions concerning public access, we're in a position where we really feel it's important to, because this is our hearing and this is the opportunity to gather the information, it's very important for us to get the information in the following questions into the record and to understand where in the record some of the things that have been mentioned over the last couple of days are supported. So first to LIA. Mr. Dalkey, yesterday you mentioned that kayakers launching from the new boat ramp on the project site would have to paddle roughly 5 miles to the south and then paddle back up to Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. Could you please clarify a little bit what you meant and explain why kayakers would not be able to paddle directly from the boat ramp into the LIER waterways?
Of course. So currently, boaters, people who wish to use kayaks to access the interior of LIER, Liberty Island Ecological Reserve, cross Shag Slough Bridge, and they launch in the interior of the island. LIER, as has been stated previously, was once a completely dry island. It had a levee system around it. The levee has broken in a number of places. However, there are still a substantial amount of levees that surround the island, preventing one from accessing the interior of the interior of the Ecological Reserve from Shag Slough. Currently, the boat ramp that's being proposed is about 1.5 miles north of Sleugh Bridge. If you launch into Sleugh as DWR proposes, you would have to paddle about 1.5 miles down to the bridge, and then you have to continue about probably about another 1.5 miles, 1.4, 1.6 miles or so, until you reach a break in the levee that allows one to enter into Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. At that point, you are far south of the area that most people kayak in, which is closer to the intertidal area where there's lots of reeds, because that's where birds are. If you're bird watching, if you're hunting, that's where a lot of waterfowl are. If you are there to fish, a lot of fish come into those more reed channel type habitats. So most people in that case would have to kayak about 3 miles south from the boat launch just to enter the interior, and then they would have to paddle between 1 to 2 miles back up to get into the area that they normally would have perhaps like a 0.5 mile paddle from if they were to launch there today. Today, like I said, you cross the bridge, you launch into the interior, about a 0.5 mile paddle to get to that central area of Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. With this new configuration, you would have to paddle about, I think I said, about 4 to 5 miles in that sense.
Okay, thank you. Second and final question. Could you please clarify why you believe kayaking into the new tidal channels that would be created by the project from the new agency boat ramp, why that doesn't offset kayaking within the Liberty Island Ecological Reserve, given that the new tidal channels would be located just on the other side of the breach from the ramp?
Certainly. It's a different habitat environment entirely. A second point would be that Liberty Island Ecological Reserve is 20 years established. There is a far more mature natural environment that people can go and observe, fish, and hunt in. That being said, what you would have to do with the new boat ramp, there's several channel ways, of course, but you would have to go about 1.5 miles to get to the bridge. If you wanted to reach those southern channel ways, you're going to go about 3 miles until you enter the mouth of some of these tidal channels. So in that case, accessing anything but those very few northern channels that are quite small, as DWR has, you can look at on their map, that northern portion of the project. Besides those, you have to kayak about 3 miles until you reach the mouth of some of those southern channels where the majority of the habitat is probably expected to be, because there's bigger channels and there's more tidal flushing going on there. And not to mention, you're going to have to wait probably 5 to 10 years before it looks anything like what we have at LIER right now. But that being said, it's far more distant. Right now, you can go and you can drive down to Sleugh Bridge, park just north of the bridge along the shoulder of the public right-of-way, cross the bridge with your kayak, and then effectively launch immediately into the interior of the island. You're 0.5 mile paddle at max from any of the area of the island that most people visit for bird watching, etc. In this case, you're limited with DWR's plan to start at the very northern portion of this project, and anything that you really want to see, you have to paddle a couple miles to even get into any of these waterways. So for kayakers, who are frankly a small proportion of the general population and a small portion of the population that visits LIER, these people are also impacted by this. Does that answer your question adequately?
It does, thank you. Then we have 3 questions for the department, just sort of perhaps directed to Heather, Rachel, and Charlotte, and feel free to rely on others that you may have available on the other side. We can bring them over. First, concerning just in light of the public comments today, particularly those from Mr. O'Day regarding land-based access, could we please perhaps offer some clarification regarding exactly which levies in the project would be accessible to the public and support in the record for establishing that? And I know we've had some dialogue, and I think Supervisor Natoli mentioned this earlier as well. We've had some dialogue about the sort of existing, somewhat unauthorized use of those levies, and that would essentially be kind of what continues. But would really appreciate, for the purposes of our analysis, clarification on which levies would be accessible to the public and how that's supported in the record.
Yeah, hi Jeff, hi council members. Charlotte Biggs with the Department of Water Resources. Something that we mentioned yesterday, I know we went through a lot of material, so it might have gotten buried, and I wanted to highlight this again today. We have an existing MOU with Solano County to look at recreational opportunities specifically in this area. To build on that, we are developing a second MOU specifically with Solano County, CDFW, and in that, we're very specific that we want to do a process with stakeholders and landowners in the area to look at what we can do in this area to improve recreational opportunities. I think that if we didn't make it clear yesterday, I wanted to elaborate on this today, that we very much support recreation and public access. And we believe that those using this area deserve something better really than what's frankly out there today. The levee today, you know, as we mentioned, is degraded and fragile. It's a state plan of flood control levee, which is designed for flood protection. It's not designed as a recreational facility. There are no facilities out there today. The parking that's occurring is occurring on a county road, that there are posted signage that's deterring you from doing that. So if we could work with stakeholders to come up with a better solution, you know, a better opportunity for recreation in the area that is sanctioned, that is appropriate, that would have parking, signage, and these types of things. This is what the department wants to work on. And we want to kick this process off with stakeholder involvement, as well as the landowners. I mentioned that yesterday. One of the major balances that we've seen, not just on this project, but throughout the Delta, and especially in the Sassoon Marsh area, is that not all landowners support public access, or that it becomes
I think a
a
lot of this job
nuisance.
really depends on, are you available, flexible?
Someone's talking. Yeah. So we have to balance these different interests, and that's something that we want to do. So for this project, as part of the design, the 100% design, the 60% design, there is a parking area that will be at the dead end of Liberty Island Road, right at Sleugh. Today, people park on Sleugh, walk down the levee, which is technically not public right away. It's a state plan of flood control levee, and that is not actually sanctioned or permitted, but it happens today. People walk down the levee and fish. Of course, at the waterway, that is public right away. It's part of the navigable waterways, but the area from the road down to the levee is not. So it is trespassing. It's not something that's widely enforced. You know, game wardens go out there. The sheriff has been out there, but it's not something that is widely enforced. The RD, the Reclamation District, we've talked to them for years about their concerns with public access that's currently occurring on the Sleugh levee. They have called the sheriff. They have called out public safety responses many times, and have shared that information with us. I think that we have coordinated a lot with recreational groups such as Ducks Unlimited, California Waterfowl Association, some of the other groups that spoke earlier today. Liberty Island Access Group was, you know, started this year in 2021. So it wasn't a group that existed for us to coordinate with during the development of this project. So in terms of the levees that will have access, Jeff, the Sleugh levee, the remnants of it will be accessible. The degrade will be accessible. The turnabout area will be accessible. The Duck Sleugh setback levee, you could walk out there. There's not going to be anything stopping you from doing so, but it is a state plan of flood control levee. And so it's not something that as we build new state plan of flood control levees, new setback levees, they aren't built for public access. They're built for flood protection.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam
Second
Chair.
question. Oh,
yeah,
Councilmember Natoli.
Yeah, just if I could, Madam Chair, and Jeff, just while Charlotte was explaining, so just to the point, so if you vacate the public rights of way, public road along that remainder of what's going to be the Sleugh levee and you have the degraded portions and so forth, then is the argument, then you no longer even have public access over that crown of that levee. And so how are you getting to be more permissive if you do that? If you vacate the public road, because right now, to your point, from the road's edge down to the high water mark, is technically trespass. But what happens when you do away with the road altogether, at least in essence, the public rights of way? So how do you compensate for that, I guess? I'm just curious.
Well, overall, the way that we look at this project is that it is opening up huge channels and the entire site, which is privately held now, to recreation. It's water-based, but these are 400 feet wide breaches. The channels are not small at all. They're huge. And so overall, this is going to be a recreational opportunity in the area that doesn't exist today at all. And it's right across from another reserve. And so it's going to create a complex of restoration areas that will be accessible. The road today is still a state plan of flood control levee. It's degraded, it's fragile, and the access on top of it is definitely not something that will be able to be sustainable well into the future. It's something that will probably be looked at even under other alternatives. Like what we talked about yesterday under the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, the setback levee that was proposed would have also vacated the road, and that was just for flood protection. So this alternative, this project, this site is opening up a new recreational opportunity by opening up the site. We did hear from a lot of stakeholders and landowners that wanted the road vacated much further north, so it wouldn't have gone out to the levee anymore under those suggestions. And we did get those comments, but we did not incorporate that into our preferred project and our design. We felt it was important that the road still went out straight to the levee and that there was a parking area there. And that is, and that the boat ramp was incorporated into the design and would be an area that you could launch kayaks or you could fish from, which doesn't exist today. There's absolutely no boat ramps out there in the area today. So I understand that folks are launching kayaks from the side of the levee. I don't know how that will change with this project. It would still be available, but now we'll be putting in a boat ramp facility that doesn't exist today.
Charlotte, and I thank you for that, but I guess just one more quick question here. But if you do the breaches and then, somebody takes a boat and they go to one of those long remaining sections of degraded levee using fragile levee, right now they have a public right to be on top of that levee under the public rights of way. When the public rights of way are abandoned, basically you're saying to anybody, they'd have to get there by boat or swim, or I guess if it was a really low water, they might be able to wade out there, that they have no rights, no public rights to be on any part of that levee once a vacation occurred. Right now, they can be on the crown, recognizing what you just said, but you're permanently eliminating any ability, even those sections, ever how you might reach them, to have any public rights of passage or access on those portions, recognizing they're going to be severed by the inlets. So again, not that you necessarily have to answer that, but as I'm kind of thinking through this, it seems to me that that point of access, which people have right now, not just physically, but even to be there and to be there legally, if they didn't stray off of the public rights of way. But so anyway, it's something to think about. You don't necessarily need to respond.
Councilmember, this is Rachel Taylor from
Yes,
the
Rachel.
Resources Legal Office. On the legal technicalities, that's actually, it does change. And for the staff's information in the record, this would be located in the contracts we submitted on the contract. There's the contract of RD 2098 and the contract of VIP. So the property right now is a state plan of flood control levee, what we're talking about with Sleugh, and the underlying fee is owned by a private landowner. When the project, if the project is approved to move forward and we implement, the property will transfer to the Department of Water Resources as the underlying fee owner. And when the project's completed, Sleugh will be taken out of the state plan flood control system. So a lot of the restrictions right now that are in place are because it's a flood levee. That'll get removed. It'll become public property. And it's because it's part of the site. It actually gives them a public right of way. Like with the county road going away, once that property transfers to the state, it gives them a different right. And so that would actually be able to be continued.
So if I understand you, Rachel, the public rights of way then would cover the entirety of the levee, water line to inside of the Lookout Slough, restoration area. So basically you're saying you're expanding the right to use it, you physically cutting it off, at least by land passage, but you're actually making it so that you could be on any part of that levee.
So the Shag Slough levee that is accessible comes out of the state plan fund control, but generally, yes, that is correct. We're taking these 3,400 acres from private land ownership into public land ownership. And as we noted yesterday, a lot of the restrictions that are there because of public safety. So like Duck Slough is going to be a state plan flood control levee, which will prevent vehicle access. And during flood season, there'll be restrictions, and same thing with the gate to the D grade, but that is becoming public land.
Thank you. Thank you for indulging my questions.
Okay. Thank you. Second question to the department. Did you at any point in the project consider the feasibility of providing land-based access to recreation to the project site, or offsetting the land-based access that's currently afforded to LIER by the road and the bridge? And if yes, can you identify evidence in the record supporting that?
I'm sorry, can you clarify that question?
Sure.
Land-based
Sure. The comments that we received today were really highlighting the significance and importance of land-based access to the reserve. And just wondering if you can clarify where in your process you considered the feasibility of providing that land-based access, continuing that land-based access, or offsetting it. Essentially considering the land-based access afforded by the road and the bridge today, how you considered whether maintaining that access would be feasible or offsetting it would be feasible.
Okay, so that'll take us a little bit longer to locate in the record.
And that's okay. We would appreciate the follow-up.
Comes from the early discussions with CDFW, especially considering Liberty Island was not a planned restoration site. And again, as it was noted, it was a happy accident. So the bridge that provides access right now and then has a gate at the end of it preventing vehicles from traveling onto the island wasn't intended to be like a formal recreational facility. And if you look at their management plan, they specifically state they have no formal facilities at the site. So when we looked at it, CDFW was like, could we put a bridge in another location? And I think you've heard testimony today about the conditions of the geotechnical, and we can provide references to where the geotechnical data is, that we did consider trying to figure out a different way to get access to the island. And that's why the resolution that CDFW agreed to was the boat ramp. But that was part of the over 2 years of discussions we had with CDFW. So we can find you references to those meetings and those meeting notes.
Yes, we would very much appreciate that follow-up. It looks like it'll be an important piece of information.
Okay.
And then lastly, and I think we made this request yesterday, I would just like to really reiterate it. To the extent possible, if the department can provide us specific page numbers in the basis of design reports and a citation for the map that was used yesterday with that zoom in box up in the right-hand corner within the record. Our staff has taken a quick look through 30, 60, 65, and 100% basis of design reports, and we're having a little trouble identifying the pieces that you're referring to. So it'd be very helpful if you could take a look at that and share with us as a follow-up the page numbers associated with those.
Definitely.
That would support some of the items that we've discussed over the course of the last 2 days.
Yeah, I've been watching the emails pop up on my screen as people find those page numbers, so we'll forward those on to you.
Great, thank you very much. That concludes our questions.
Would it be possible for me to follow up on Mr. Henderson's question from earlier with some additional comments?
I look to our council, is that permissible?
If it directly answers Jeff's questions, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's in direct relation to that. One other difference between DWR's plan in terms of how it affects kayakers. Currently, right now, kayakers tend to visit in groups. People come as groups to kayak together. During waterfowl season, there is a more of an influx of people who are using kayaks for hunting purposes. Right now, there is 1.5 miles of shoulder on just one side of the road for people to park trailers. A lot of people bring trailers to put short trailers to put kayaks on. With the new plan the DWR proposes, is it effectively just kind of this very small turnaround. There's very limited parking. So for the kayakers who do visit, they're going to find that only a couple of these trailer vehicles will likely take up all of the available parking that DWR has provided for this, or otherwise they're going to have to be parking down on the very narrow portion of Liberty Island Road that is to the west of that. So the parking situation is going to be a serious concern with DWR's plan as it relates to kayakers, particularly because kayakers, how they they come often at the same time, kind of seasonally, and because of the fact that they use trailer vehicles.
Okay, so I am understanding that we are now, questions have been answered and we can proceed to close the hearing. Is that correct, Jeff?
Yes, the staff's questions have been resolved. I want to thank everyone for their indulgence and detailed answers that have been provided. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
And thank you again to all of you who took precious time today and contributed a lot of valuable information.
Chair Tatian, sorry,
Yes,
really quick.
Brent.
I do see that Maria or Councilmember Maranian has her hand up. I'm not sure if she has a question or not.
I don't.
Okay, never mind.
So it'll take the council some time to absorb all of this information, much of it technical, and also to give proper consideration before making a decision on the appeals. So in order to help the council consider the issues before it at this time, I would like to direct staff to prepare draft findings based on the materials submitted by the parties and taking into consideration the comments received over the course of this hearing. The council will hold a hearing to deliberate and vote on July 15 and 16, 2021. And as a quick reminder, we, the council members and staff, remain subject to ex parte communication prohibitions on this matter. So at this point, the hearing is adjourned and we'll move on to regular council business.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to make some adjustments to the regular council business agenda. I will not be giving a chair's report in the interest of time. And my understanding is that the Independent Science Board, Dr. Brandt and Dr. Lund need to be elsewhere at fairly soon. Anyway, let's move the Independent Science Board up before we consider the consent calendar. Brandon, are they ready to go now, or should we proceed with the consent calendar first?
Both of them have moved over and are ready, so it's up to you.
Okay, why don't we go ahead with the update from the Independent Science Board?
Okay, thank you, Chair Tatian. I will try and share my screen and get this presentation going. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Not yet.
And Dr. Branch, I have it on my side too, if you need, if it's easier for me to present.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and run the slides. Okay, very good. Well, thank you, Chair Tatayan. Today I'm going to provide a very brief background on the Delta Independent Science Board, particularly for the new council members, and then report on the findings and recommendations that we have for our just completed review on non-native species in the Delta, and then finally provide some information on future plans and possibly some major changes in how we go about doing our business. I'm Steve Brandt, the chair, and I will be joined, and I am joined by Jay Lund, the past chair. Okay, the next slide and the next slide. The Delta Independent Science Board is a member of, consists of 10 scientists from across the country. They were selected by a nationwide search conducted by the lead scientists, and each of the individual members were by you, the council. There's 10 members. The board has been in existence for 11 years. We recently had 6 members of the board who were part of the original board needed to step down because they were term limited. So we have 6 new board members as of September, and hopefully someday you'll get a chance to meet them. The next slide. We have a statutory responsibility defined in the Delta Reform Act, and our role is to provide oversight of the scientific research, monitoring, and assessment programs that support adaptive management in the Delta through periodic reviews of each of those programs. We provide independent advice on the Delta plan, and we also help the council appoint the lead scientists. Now, as stated in your charge to us as well, we are an independent body, and we think that independence helps us to provide stakeholders with the trust needed in order to evaluate the science and then allow you all to use that science in your deliberations. You also said that our recommendations, and I quote, must reflect high scientific and technical standards and the widest and possible representation of knowledge, discipline, trends of thought. So we take that seriously and in what we do. The next slide. We basically do our reviews in 2 primary ways. One is to review agency documents. We do scientific evaluations of the Delta Science Plan, the Delta Plan amendments, the BDCP, various white papers that issued by the program and the council, and review this, for example, the Science Action Agenda. But our primary review of the programs in the Delta are done through thematic reviews. These are large-scale, in-depth reviews where we look at the science that's available worldwide and also that science that's being done, particularly in the Delta. We've given finalized reviews on restoration, fish and flows, adaptive management, levees, Delta as an evolving place, water quality, and the interagency ecological program. Next slide. Our general purpose for these reviews is, again, to evaluate the state of the science, see what's being done in the Delta, and try and look for gaps, do things that we can provide recommendations that will increase scientific credibility, improve the research clarity, certainly advance the debate about Delta issues. And another component is to seek better connectivity between the science and policy issues. do not make or recommend policy decisions. Our goal is to be independent of the policy decisions and just provide the evaluation and overview of the science that is being done to support those decisions. Next slide. We currently are completing two more reviews, water supply reliability and monitoring, which is the largest review we've ever done. We're also working with DPIC to put together a science needs assessment based on ecosystem forecasting that is nearly completed. And today I'll give you a very brief overview of a recently completed review on non-native species in a dynamic delta. We're also discussing future reviews, and we expect the request in fall to review the science action agenda. Next slide. The process for these reviews are is to identify the theme, what needs to be reviewed. We do a lot of work with stakeholders. We've used the Delta Plan topics. We have a lot of discussions with in panels. We then prepare a 2-page prospectus that more or less says, here's what we're going to do, here's why we're going to do it, and here's why it's important, and get public comment on that. We get public comment throughout our process, and our final requirement is to make this report available and report to the council on this. Over the recent years, we've done a lot of expansion of how we do outreach after our review is complete, presentations at conferences, flyers, publications, and a variety of stakeholder meetings. We do work with stakeholders quite often before, during, and after reviews, with frequent meetings held within the Delta, and even getting our feet wet to get a real feel for the Delta issues and the stakeholders' concerns and priorities. The next slide. I'll talk to you about our recently completed review. Recently completed means as of yesterday, and on non-native species in a dynamic delta. Why do we want to look at non-native species? Well, non-native species are one of the greatest global threats to the integrity of ecosystems and one of the 5 key drivers of ecosystem change. The California Bay Delta is perhaps considered one of the world's most invaded estuaries. It's also a key component in the Delta Reform Act, which stated, again, I quote, that the Delta Plan should restore a healthy ecosystem by promoting self-sustaining, diverse populations of native and valued species by reducing the risk of take and harm from invasive species. It's also a core strategy highlighted in the recent ecosystem amendment to the Delta. So there's a lot of reasons for looking at invasive species or non-native species and the science related to it. Perhaps the most important, though, is that non-native species threaten the achievement of the co-equal goal that calls for protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. In fact, non-native species even question our ability to define what the ecosystem actually is. I'll mention that in a few minutes. Next slide. Our goal, again, is to better understand the scientific need related to this complex issue, in hopes that it will help agencies prevent and manage the threats and consequences of non-native species. There's a tremendous amount of literature on this topic. There's a lot known about non-native species. So our focus, and a lot of work done in the Delta, our focus is primarily on the Delta-wide needs that span multiple agency responsibilities. And our hope to identify sort of a science-based prioritization framework to both manage decisions, make decisions, and allocate resources. Each of our reviews is done differently depending on the topic and nature of the reviews. This one was done through an extensive literature review, not only of things done in the Delta, but worldwide. We had 2 extensive panel discussions composed of 5 experts who explored this status of science relative to non-native species. This is typical of the way we do business, sort of day-long discussions and in-depth with experts in the area and experts outside of this Delta area to really fully discuss the nature of what is needed on these topics. We've had a lot of deliberations, therefore, and public comments, and we participated in a lot of workshops, scientific sessions, and discussions with managers. The next slide. We have a lot of findings in our review. I'm only going to highlight some of those. One is that The science related to invasions and non-native species is extensive and spans over 6 decades. Non-native species impact almost every ecosystem service and the very nature of ecosystem sustainability itself. When you get a new non-native species enter a system, it can disrupt the entire ecosystem in ways that are often unpredictable. Given that degree of work that's been done, the basic needs and technologies to better prevent, control, and ultimately manage individual species, and I stress individual non-native species, are similar across ecosystems. Routines have sort of been worked out, and then science is needed at each point in the management decision process. The next slide. Findings for the Delta. We all know that the Delta is a highly modified ecosystem, and many of the forces, both locally and globally, that drive ecosystem or environmental changes in the Delta are ongoing, and some even at an accelerated pace, particularly climate change. These changes affect the vulnerability of the Delta to new invaders. What is unique in the Delta relative to other large-scale ecosystems that are also facing invasion is the particular institutional arrangements, scientific collaboration mechanisms, and funding structures to handle this issue. So our review is also looking at currently what exists, what entities are doing what, and how can we make recommendations to improve that within the context of the Delta. The next slide. Our overall recommendation is here that is to encourage a more ecosystem level, forward-looking, integrated approach to non-native species science in the Delta with a specific consideration of climate change. We highlight the importance of anticipation. In other words, getting ahead of invasions for prevention and mitigation. We stress that science prioritization and stronger collaboration across disciplines is a critical need. I'll go through just some of the specific recommendations very quickly. Next slide. One is to develop a comprehensive, spatially explicit food web model that is Delta-wide in scope and tied to environmental driving forces. We really have to figure out what's going on. We really need to know who is eating who. When a new species comes in, one of their primary influences is through the food web. And knowing the food web helps us to both improve our sort of understanding of non-natives currently in the system, what are they doing, but also predicting the potential of impacts of new invaders. Without understanding that, it's very hard to understand how a new invader might impact ecosystem services. Particularly with respect to climate change. Climate change influences the rates of many things, and understanding the food web is perhaps the most critical scientific need. There's also a lot of smaller level project needs, short-term and long-term, at the project level, at the technical level, at the monitoring level, at the taxonomic level. And we suggest that these topic level science priorities at the project level be prioritized on the basis of a series of focused workshops or syntheses, many of which have already underway in the Delta. The next slide. Okay, I won't go through this very much, but this is how an individual invader invades the system and what management is done. The first question is threat assessment. Are these things really something we really need to worry about? Are they likely to get here? Are they going to cause harm? If so, we try to prevent them from arriving. If we fail, then we need to do a quick assessment and try and eradicate the initial population. If that fails, we go into a control strategy, minimize the damage, and if that fails, we adapt to their existence in the system. Each of those management decisions requires science and monitoring along the way. Next slide. We cannot deal with every single possible species that may ever enter the system. We don't have the resources to do that. So this recommendation is to identify and prioritize new species that pose the greatest immediate and long-term threats to the Delta and reevaluate this list regularly. We need to have a Delta-specific list. This should be based on sort of the probability that they're going to get here and survive, and the expected ecosystem and economic impacts that they might have once they arrive. The next slide is a major recommendation that we need to go beyond this individual approach and realize that the ecosystem is changing. If you look at the figure there, the ecosystem is often defined in many respects by the species pool. What species are there and how many are in that pool? That changes by drivers, climate change, resource use, pollution, land use can all change that species pool, but they're also changed by new species coming in and some species leaving the system, subtraction. That species pool drives food webs, drives impact on native species, ecosystem services, habitat structure, and even water flow and quality. That species pool is dynamic. It's changing all the time. When a new species enters the system, by definition, that species pool is changed, and by definition, the ecosystem has changed. When we go back to what the protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem, one could say, what is the ecosystem if it's not a combination of the species pool that is there? It's changing, and how do we define ecosystem goals in this context of a dynamic change of drivers as well as the composition of the species are there? We also think that this has implications for ecosystem restoration activities as well. The next slide. We also recognize that climate change in particular is going to be changing what is going on. Species will expand their ranges, warmer temperatures and different changes in precipitation and so forth will change the susceptibility of the Delta to different species of possible new species, and will also change the ecosystem impact. An ecosystem impact occurring now may be different under a climate change scenario. So that needs to be particularly looked at. And the next slide. There are a lot of different agencies working on invasive species or non-native species in a variety of different ways. One of the recommendations we make is that in order to implement things is that we need a comprehensive multi-agency invasive species coordination and implementation plan. This plan has to have specific assignment of responsibilities and authorities from monitoring all the way to scientific expertise. There is a Delta Interagency Invasive Species Coordination Team, which has made a good start in terms of the communication element, but really some sort of specific plan is needed, we believe. And also, number 7 there, we recommend to develop a single sort of go-to science source of expertise with information with proper authorization and funding. We call it a non-native species task force, a non-native species science center that can range from a wide variety of expertise, including those that have taxonomic expertise. The next slide. I know I've gone through a 100-page report very quickly, and hope you had a time to read it. Our conclusion is fairly simple, that science can be used to better predict, detect, and control or adapt to non-native species and inform management to set ecosystem level priorities. Again, our goal is to have science that has a proactive understanding, and monitoring is critical, and that anticipation of what might become is really important. What would happen if a neutrino enters the Delta? One could ask themselves. This is not a neutrino. This is a made-up name and a weird-looking creature. But imagine, as you might expect, if this shows up in the Delta, who are you going to call? How are you going to deal with it? Who's going to take the monitoring? What are the impacts it's going to have? We don't know any of that. And we should have the science prepared so that when this surprise arrives, first of all, to make sure that we don't have a surprise because we have enough background information. But if a surprise like this arrives, then we have the system set up, the plan set up, and the science available so that we can minimize any kind of damage it might cause. So the next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about our future plans in the last minute or two. We are like I said, we're wrapping up 2 reviews in the science needs assessment, but we're beginning to talk the process about where do we need to go in our future reviews. We have 6 new members of the Delta board. We've gotten some we continually get public feedback on the nature of our reviews. And recently, the Delta Science Program did an independent assessment of the Delta Independent Science Board. The results are preliminary, but I'd like to give you just a couple. And they did a survey with 174, I guess, responses. And a lot of those, 42% were affiliated with state agencies, but also there were many with university, federal, local, NGOs, private organizations, and water contractors. So this is a combination of their answers. The next slide. Just to give you, this is a perception, stakeholder perception of the Delta ISB. Just look at the graph on the right. Green is positive and blue is not positive. So if we look at the first question, do we play an essential role? 83% say yes. So we get an 83 to 92% on whether or not we play an essential role, whether the board plays a unique role, whether it does not promote specific political agendas, and whether the board itself provides that independent scientific oversight that's needed. We view this result as very positive. We were uncertain what we would get, but it was very good to get these positive results. The next slide. This specifically focuses in on our reviews that I've been talking about. Are they relevant? We're getting mostly a 90% approval on this. Are the reviews relevant? Are they rigorous? Do you trust the scientific findings? And do you think the ISB reviews provide good recommendations? The one value of 73% is says overall that the reviews enhance my confidence in science-based decision-making. We're not involved in decision-making, so I view that as something that hopefully it does enhance it by providing good science, but again, that may also be a reflection of how well science is used. Those are all very good positive results, I think. The next slide, I think this is my final slide. The Independent Science Board right now, I think it's important to bring up that we are currently, what some would say is facing a crisis. Last July, there was, as I think many of you know, there was significant change in the structure of our appointments and our compensation levels. Individual contracts were eliminated and our compensation was seriously reduced. This really has a significant reduction in our ability to meet our statutory requirements. We intend to do so, but normally, for example, as I mentioned, we would hold many full day and a half or 2-day discussions where we would be out in the field, we talk to stakeholders, we would spend a full day discussing a particular issue and debating what the scientific merits are and so forth. Under the new appointment structure, I don't see that ever happening again. And I think we're now faced with 2-hour per month meetings. That makes it really challenging to do our statutory needs. Things will be very likely take longer and do fewer reviews. Sometimes we've had 4 or 5 reviews going on at a time. We're looking right now over the next 3 months of how we might restructure how we do our business, possibly narrower topics. It's very challenging to do narrower topics given the fact that everything we talk about in the Delta is highly interconnected and complex. We talked about doing agency program reviews, just focusing on individual agencies. This is the beginning of the discussion that'll continue over the next 2 months. So Jade, did you want to wrap us up?
Thank you very much, Steve. I think the results on the invasive species report should give us all a lot of food for thought about how complex the Delta is, how it's going to be changing over time, and how challenging it will be to manage this ecosystem, not only as an ecosystem, but also as an ecosystem within a major hub for the water supply of California, and the people that live and recreate and do business in and around the Delta. Our ability to be a functioning independent science board has been fundamentally crippled by the changes in appointment. I think it's really evident that that's the case from our tremendous reduction in amount of effort. Essentially, most of us that put in time on this are putting putting that time in mostly as volunteers. And to get the kind of serious professional look at the science in this very complex system requires much more than what is able to be done with the current system of appointments. There's currently a bill in the Assembly. It's already passed the Senate to look at some of this issue. It needs some serious work, I think, and engagement and clarification. But it is a serious matter, I think, that the council really should be very much aware of and give some serious consideration to.
Okay, thank you, Jay, and thank you, Council, for listening to us, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. Thank you both, Dr. Brandt and Dr. Lund. Council members, any questions?
What's this bill comprised of, by the way? That passed the Assembly, is now in the Senate.
The current version of the bill basically is one line essentially that says that the members of the Delta Independent Science Board cannot be employees of the state. I mean, employed by the agents, any of the agencies. The intent, as I understand it, is to eliminate that option and therefore force us to go back to having contracts as we had before, both to guarantee our independence and to allow a significant compensation for the efforts of the board members. The interpretation, as I understand it, of the Legislative Council is that the current per diem, $100 per diem compensation for the board members is not necessary, and that contracts are an allowed form of compensation. But I think there's some uncertainty about that, certainly in many parts, or some parts at least. And so hopefully there will be some discussions between different levels of the administration and the legislature to work this out so that this problem we can hopefully come to look at this as a bureaucratic snafu in the rearview mirror.
So, well, we can obviously, without an ISB, we're paddling upstream without a paddle. I mean, it's very difficult. Our task is impossible. So I think we need the independent science board, and I hope that this legislation will resolve the problem.
Sure.
Don.
Yes, I just wanted to quickly go back to the part of your implementation, and thank you, Dr. Brandt and Dr. Lund both, to potentially, I guess, have the single go-to science source of expertise. And you mentioned in the report either a task force or a science center. Are there any models, again, because even though the focus here obviously is on the Delta, and it may be one of the most changed and impacted estuaries and in ecosystems anywhere in the world, it sounds like. Are there some models that could be suggested that would give us some idea of what that might look like? And maybe you've had more discussion than it was just embodied in the in the recommendation. So I guess I'm curious. That seems to me a way to put into place for the long term and to address, as you said, the possibility, and God help us if a neutrino, I don't know if that was supposed to be the blend between a nutria and a Katrina hurricane or whatever, but I think to your point about invasives. And so I guess, I'm curious as to have other communities, other regions of the nation or state or the world, have they done something along these lines?
Yeah, first to clarify where neutrina came from, it was in a discussion where someone used the word neutrina instead of nutria by mistake.
Oh, okay.
And the word stuck, and it says, well, that's not, in the context of the sentence, it made sense that something we really don't know what it is. So that's where it came from.
Yeah.
That's all the further thought it came. There are a variety of national invasive species councils, for example, that deal with policy issues. The NOAA had a National Invasive Species Center that largely focused on the Great Lakes, and a lot of it to do with the challenges facing ballast water issues there. I think the thought of a virtual science center of expertise has been around in a variety of places, and I think some of the marine laboratories nationwide, there's a National Association of Marine Laboratories. I think they've been working along that line. So yeah, I think that virtual center of expertise is there's a lot of models that we could gain some information from.
Thanks, Stephen. I guess I would just note too that on a kind of unrelated front, but certainly related to the Delta, this development of the National Heritage Area and all the various components. But when I think about a science center, or even if it's a virtual one where folks can learn more about, you get the contributions and the research and the tremendous backdrop of science as a part of that, and it gets integrated into all the experiences. But certainly, I think to be aware, to be able to address, and you kind of went through the various regimes of when an invasive enters the ecosystem and effects of climate change. And again, I found it very fascinating. I haven't read the entire report yet, but it seemed to me there might be some real possibilities here. And I think again, having a strong independent science board is priceless, I guess, in my view. And I think for the long term, it's an absolute necessity. And hopefully, to what Dr. Lund said, we'll get that ironed out on that front. But I just think that this idea of, particularly with invasives posing, the threat that they do to a fragile ecosystem, that there's ways to integrate this into some of the other things that we do, both at the council, but certainly under the guise of trying to have a healthy, thriving, Delta ecosystem, but also a Delta with all the things that go with that. So I was fascinated, just with the recommendation and how we might do that. So again, I would just say if there's any reading that we could follow up on that would, give more information as it relates to what's been done, the Great Lakes region or whatever, if there's some things you could call out, with an email or whatever that would help us kind of have as a point of reference to, at least as one member of this council, to have some more thought go into it, I would be appreciative of that.
Thanks for those comments. Certainly we'd be happy to do that. And in the report, we do put a separate box for the Great Lakes and a few other, we've used examples from across the world, actually, but there's certainly some things that could be more highlighted and pointed out. I think the one that's affecting the Delta, which is kind of interesting, and particularly with respect to the co-equal goals, and which includes protecting the ecosystem, and when and defining ecosystem level goals. And if one defines an ecosystem level goal, a good test of that would be what happens if, a new species or two new species come in and dominate the system. Will the ecosystem goal change? And certainly if it's related to ecosystem services, it could. So.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for all of your colleagues for compilation here. And as I haven't had a chance to read through the entire report, but found your presentation very, very helpful, very useful. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Virginia.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much to Dr. Brandt and Dr. Lund. I wanted to formally introduce myself and just say thank you so much for all of your hard work and efforts. I was particularly interested in hearing a little bit more about, you were talking, Dr. Brandt, about the many factors that are affecting the species pool, and I am by no means a science person, but I'm learning, and I was intrigued by what you said with new species being introduced and having a significant impact on our ecosystems. Are you seeing some of these new species, and what are they? And what are the most, I would say, what are the most devastating impacts that you see potentially that could harm our ecosystem?
Well, and that's a big question. And certainly in terms of the Delta, there's a lot of history in terms of how species have come in one way or another and changed the ecosystem. We do include a section in the back of our report that talks about that history in terms of plants, in terms of mammals, in terms of animals of all sorts. in the Delta right now, where historically there are a lot of things that have changed. Certainly the overbite clam and has affected a lot of the lower food web and how things permeate up through there. The current issue with the emergent vegetation blocking Delta path transportation and so forth, boat transportation. The nutria, which is the real nutria, not the neutrina, is certainly invading. There's a tremendously coordinated effort through DPIC and multiple agencies to try develop a task. They have a task force that is trying to eradicate it wherever it's seen in the Delta. That could have direct harm to the levees and as well as other critters. So there's a lot of those things, even even some of those are purposeful. The striped bass in the Chesapeake is a purposely planted invasive species. We also talk about, when a new species comes in, it changes the ecosystem. But once it becomes established, it's changed. And at what point do you need to treat it as just part of the ecosystem and not differently than a non-native versus native? And I think that becomes important when some species are valuable to some stakeholders, like the striped bass, and others may be less valuable on face value. In terms of what's coming down the pipe, there's a lot of interest in, there's a whole, the state of California actually has a list of a number of species. I think the Department of Fish and Wildlife has their list as well. So that would be a place to start with that list, which is California-wide, and seeing what those critters might do if they get into the Delta. But the Delta may be more vulnerable to certain species and less so to others. The zebra mussel and quagga mussels are certainly something that are a huge threat throughout California. They can do tremendous. They've completely altered what's going on in the Great Lakes, which is a massive system. And when they get into systems, the freshwater and low salinity systems around anywhere else, they can have a major impact. So that's one I think that many people would highlight as one of the top ones to look at. But there's a lot of them.
Just to add a little bit to that, you often see some of these regime changes, particularly in the Delta, come around droughts. And so the clams came in, the new overbite clams, and came in during the 1988 to 91 drought, 92 drought. And we also tend to see expansion of the areas of aquatic weeds during times of drought. So we might be seeing a lot more activity in terms of expansion of some of the areas of invasive species that are already here or new ones that come in. Droughts are an opportunity for them.
Yeah, no question. We've seen water hyacinth really peak its terrible head. Having come from boating and waterways, I've seen the impact. So thank you. So appreciate both of you.
Are there any other council member comments or questions? Okay, I don't see anyone. Are there any public comments on this item?
There are. Brandon has a letter to read.
Yeah, so really quickly, there is a letter that's been asked to be read into the record. So this is from David Freese with the San Joaquin Audubon Society. It has come to the attention of the San Joaquin Audubon Society that the compensation status of the Delta ISB has been changed from contract workers to state employees. Under the new classification, ISB members are to receive a pay of only $100 per day. The council is required to apply the best available science in making decisions on any project that is proposed in the Delta. The application of best available science requires review by a board of highly qualified and knowledgeable scientists whose members are independent of the council. The ISB has fulfilled this role since its creation by the Delta Reform Act in 2009 and is mandated by law to continue that role. The problem is no highly qualified scientist will or should be expected to work for a per diem of $100 per day. I can state this as a fact as a retired scientist myself. The council should be aware that each hour that a scientist spends in formal meetings or in writing an expert review takes many hours of independent reading and preparation. For instance, the ISB review of a more than 5,000-page EIR for the Water Fix project could not possibly have been done in a day or in multiple days of ISB meetings. Each scientist contributing to that review had to spend many hours reading the document, preparing a manuscript based on best available science, and editing the document for final presentation to the council. To obtain credible independent reviews, the scientists who are members of the ISB must be paid a fair wage for their work. Otherwise, only non-qualified scientists will be willing to accept membership on the ISB, and the council will not be applying the best available science to its decisions. It troubles us that the council does not appear to be doing anything to rectify this problem. ISB members have been compensated fairly for more than a decade, and surely there is a way to continue a fair compensation. Apparently, the council ordered the Department of General Services to send the Delta ISB contracts back unapproved and did not tell anyone that they made the request. In addition, the council has refused all requests from the ISB for staff positions to aid in their review tasks. One is led to suspect that the council is trying to disband or discredit the ISB as a means of considering only the science that it chooses. Does the ISB really want to use does the council really want to use the best available science in making its decisions? Is the council more interested in pleasing the Department of Water Resources and the Metropolitan Water District, or in making fair and independent decisions on projects in the Delta? If it is determined that the funding of the ISB is a deliberate attempt by the council to diminish the ISB's contribution to decision-making on projects in the Delta, council members knowledgeable of that effort should be required to resign. We request that there be a legislative investigation into what's going on here and the results be made available to the public. David Free, San Joaquin Audubon Society.
Okay, we also have a couple of people present today on Zoom that would like to make a public comment. Deidre Desjardins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, this is Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I did want to say we were very troubled to learn from the Department of General Services that the Delta Stewardship Council leadership had requested that the contracts be returned around June 30th, 2020, which was the day before they were supposed to start. And even the Delta Stewardship Council's own contract administrator was saying, what? And we haven't been able to get a straight answer about why they were returned and what was the legal basis. I did have a conversation with the executive director in which she said that referred to constitutional considerations, and she said that we would have a call with the Delta Stewardship. I could have a call with the Delta Stewardship Council's counsel. I don't think this is sufficient. I think there needs to be a written legal opinion, and the council needs to review it. You cannot delegate to your executive director the authority to reduce the funding of the Delta Stewardship Council, the Delta Independent Science Board, below what's needed to do their duty. So we're very concerned that this decision seemed to have been made in secrecy. It was never brought for consideration before the full council. And if there was a major change in compensation, we believe it should have been noticed to the council, to the public, to the independent science board members. And it should have been done in an orderly way. They shouldn't have had months where there was no contracts and they had no idea what their compensation should be. We request that you put this consideration of this item on the agenda for the next meeting. That you request that the Delta Stewardship Council's executive director provide the legal basis that she made the decision to rescind the contracts and what that legal basis was. Because frankly, I have heard from a huge number of people that the legal basis for rescinding those contracts was that the Department of General Services didn't approve it because of AB 5, and that turned out to not be borne out by the record. Nobody is talking about AB 5 now. There is, we did receive a letter that Cal HR had requested, guidelines suggest that they should be employees. But when we looked closely, and my attorney looked very closely at it, there is no statutory basis for the $100 per diem. That's based on the legislature authorizing a per diem salary for the employees. And it's the Delta Reform Act is completely silent. There is no per diem salary authorized for the DISB employees. There is very specific language authorizing, that dates back to 2010, authorizing them to be paid by contract. So and the reporting structure is also contrary to statute. And we've asked Cal HR to consider this and to abolish the positions that were created because it was based on what appears to be a legal misunderstanding. The other thing that's a very serious issue is it's our understanding that 2 of the outgoing members whose contracts were up for extension never got paid for July or August. And it was because their contracts were rescinded. And I don't think the Delta Stewardship Council should let that happen. And I also request that you put that on the meeting agenda for the next meeting. Finally, I will say this isn't just a state of California issue. It's a huge state and federal issue because the CalFed Record of Decision, which was signed by the Secretary of Interior, the U.S. EPA Administrator, the Department of Congress, Department of Agriculture, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as well as Cal EPA and Cal Natural Resources Secretary, commits to an independent science board that provides oversight and peer review of the overall program. So if this isn't resolved, the federal agencies are going to have to do something because their federal authorizing statute is still on the books, and it requires an independent science board and full independent peer review. So this isn't a minor board. It's not just a California state issue. It's part of a 30-year legal commitment, and you absolutely cannot delegate this to the executive director. Thank you.
Vic, did you say there is an additional comment?
There is. Next is Osha Meserve. You should be allowed to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Chair Tatiana and council members. Spending a lot of time together. So anyway, thanks for hearing me out before you get your lunch break. Just want to add in my support on behalf of local agencies of the North Delta and other Delta interests I represent, just how important it is to resolve this issue with the Delta Independent Science Board promptly. 2021, there may have been budgetary reasons that DSC executive staff was concerned about being able to meet the other obligations of this council, but there's no excuse for 21-22 in particular. There's a lot of money available in the state budget, and it's a very small amount that is needed to maintain and continue this obligation for independent science. And that, we in the Delta, and I think everyone really benefits from Delta Independent Science Board because it's a different voice that's independent, and it has, as the polling that was referenced by Stephen Brandt, shows that people really do look to that for independent information that, may or may not advance a particular interest, but is information that is, weighty in our considerations. So, I know AB5 and the contracting stuff and the public agency unions and then independence are all, important issues that need to be resolved and balanced in some way, but there absolutely is a way to do it. It cannot be true that there is not a way to pay these scientists what they need in order to do the job that they are legally required to do. Going back to CalFed and then in through the Delta Reform Act of 2009. So I think, having it as an agenda item is a good idea. I think this board should, the council should direct staff today to come back with a solution. And maybe it involves, the bill in the legislature, or maybe it doesn't, but the big picture item is this needs to go into, I think, Delta Stewardship Council's budget. And it's something that the Stewardship Council is the host of independent science, the way that the statutes are set up right now. And I would just ask that the council make sure that happen. We're all relying on you. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Becca, are there any other public comments?
There are not at this time.
Okay. Did I hear someone?
Yes.
On? Yes.
Councilmember Tully. Recognizing there are, some moving parts to all this, is there a clear pathway to resolution? Is it that it has to be resolved legislatively, or are there other pathways here? And again, I know some of this started before my tenure on the council started here earlier this year, but again, certainly it continues to rattle out there, and we hear, all of us hear from folks on this. I think we certainly today, in hearing from our two of the lead scientists on the Independent Science Board, have a good understanding of the value of the work, not just the monetary value, but I think the value to things that this council certainly is entrusted to do as it relates to the Delta Plan and the independency of the science that comes through on a variety of issues. Is there, maybe there's been a previous report, again, even prior to my being seated on the council, that laid out the pathways, because I don't think it all falls to the executive director, very frankly. That's my assessment of it. And I may have less knowledge about it than others on the council, but I would like to see us, help be part of the solution in our leadership role, recognizing where we fit into the process, and again, appropriately so. So I kind of pose it as a question, not just to you, Chair Tatian, but maybe to our council, legal counsel. Obviously, there's legal interpretations here and such, but I guess I'd like to know what the pathways are. And if it's solely legislatively, then I guess that's work that's done outside of obviously our deliberations here at the dais. Virtually, but at any rate, I kind of pose that in the spirit of trying to, help be a part of the solution. There are some solution sets here, so.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Don.
Okay.
Have we taken a position on this legislation?
We have not, Judge.
We'll have a chance to discuss this, I assume, with the time the legislative agenda comes up.
I believe so. And we do have our process and protocols for when the council does take positions on legislation. At this point, Jessica Pearson, do you want to offer anything, or shall we just take all of this under advisement?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think we're all concerned about this capacity limitations on the Independent Science Board. And, unfortunately, the council just does not have legal discretion to employ them as contractors going forward. So I am glad that there's interest by the legislature to resolve the problem. I do believe that if there was a salary that was established by the legislature for the Independent Science Board, that would be one way to address the problem going forward. And so we are, available to answer questions from legislative staff on that issue. We've already been contacted to provide technical guidance. And so we're very, hopeful that there can be a resolution. I just want to clarify that the council's budget has not been reduced related to Independent Science Board compensation. And in fact, we've been working with the Independent Science Board to provide at least what may be interim relief and support in the form of staff and postdoctoral scholars. And we will be using funding that's typically set aside for the Delta Independent Science Board to support that. So I do want to clarify that our budget has not been reduced. And if legislation were in place that set a statutory salary for the Independent Science Board that was in line with what they've historically been paid, we would have that funding available.
Great, thank you, Jessica. Well, if there are no other public comments, thank you, Dr. Brandt and Dr. Lund, for the update and taking time with us today. It is now, let's see, 12:40, and I think
Sorry to interrupt, Chair, but I think Brandon has something that he would like to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, just really quick. I see in the attendee side that there's someone that's raising their hand, but their name is only 6 numbers. And to avoid Zoom bombing, if you could just send us an email, blue card requesting what agenda item you'd like to speak on, we can go ahead and unmute you at that time. Thanks.
Okay. Council members, I think maybe we should take a very short lunch break, unless you want to follow former Chair Eisenberg's model and plow through lunch. Am I lunch or no lunch?
What about a half-hour lunch break? Is that too much?
Okay, return at 1:15.
Yeah.
Sound good to everyone? Okay,
Sounds good.
we'll return at 1:15.
Sounds good. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
How are you, buddy?
Susan, are you?
You are ready to roll. We are live.
Okay. Jessica, did you want to, were you saying something?
I was just confirming how the order of business that we're proceeding with from here on out, since there were some changes to the order.
Yeah, good idea. So just to confirm, we're going to go to the consent calendar. The chair's report I have canceled in the interest of time. And then we'll move to the executive officer's report and lead scientist report, and then the Delta Levy investment strategy. So with that, let's, council members, let's address the consent calendar item. What was agenda item 5? Are there any public comments on this item?
There are no public comments on the consent calendar.
Move adoption.
Okay, motion to adopt by Judge Damrell, second by Councilmember Moranian. Is there any discussion needed on the consent calendar? Okay, hearing none, then the motion is adopted by unanimous consent. Moving on to agenda item 7, public comment on any topic not on the council's agenda.
We do have a public comment from Deidre Jordan.
Okay.
It doesn't look like she's on yet, so we might just want to circle back at the end of the last general public comment at the end of the meeting.
Okay. Well, then on to agenda item 8, executive officer's report with Jessica Pearson.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll start my report with our regular announcement regarding operations during the ongoing pandemic. Staff continue to work remotely, but we are available to assist the public. Our public meeting formats are fully remote per state guidance. And if anyone needs to contact staff at the council, you're encouraged to email hello@deltacouncil.ca.gov to be directed to the appropriate staff person. A quick note on Delta Adapts, our climate work. On May 3rd, in conjunction with community partners in Stockton, the council held a virtual workshop to convene agency staff and community members to discuss local climate adaptation priorities that we hope will inform the council's Delta Adapts effort. The workshop sought to frame adaptation through regional climate. Sorry, I'm getting a little echo there. And to hear from local flood agencies and community groups. The workshop was very well attended, and our warm thanks to our community partners, fathers and families of San Joaquin, Little Manila Rising, and Restore the Delta, among many others, for their partnership in this workshop. More information for Delta Adapts can be found on the council's website on our homepage under the Delta Plan drop-down menu. On the topic of drought, there were 2 significant announcements with Delta implications from the governor in the last few weeks. First, on May 10th, Governor Newsom expanded his drought emergency declaration to 41 counties, including the Delta and the Delta region. Beyond declaring a drought in those counties, the governor's proclamation also directs the Water Board to consider modifying the requirements for reservoir releases that supply the Delta, as well as diversion limitations. The order also directs the review of water rights transfers to be expedited. The proclamation also paves the way for emergency action by the Department of Water Resources to install temporary rock salinity barrier or barriers within the Delta, which they are now planning for this summer. In addition, on May 14th, the governor released his May revised budget, which includes proposed investments in water infrastructure and supply. In total, the governor proposed $5.1 billion for immediate drought response and for water resilience investments spread out over 4 years. In the interest of time, I won't name all the categories of funding, but this information is available via the governor's press releases and on his website. These proclamations and the proposed investments and projects do affect our work, and we will continue to update the council on the drought's impact and the governor's water proposals, as specifically his budget package as it progresses through the budget process. Importantly, I have a couple of covered action certifications to report to the council. First, Reclamation District 3 has submitted a certification of consistency on April 26th for their Grand Island levee seepage cutoff wall project. The Reclamation District finds that the proposed project is consistent with 5 Delta Plan policies, while the remaining policies are not applicable. The project seeks to repair approximately 1,200 linear feet of levee on the west side of Grand Island along the left riverbank of Steamboat Slew, addressing critical seepage problems by constructing a cutoff wall. The project's public review period closes next Wednesday, May 26th. Second, the City of Fairfield submitted a certification of consistency on May 3rd for the Pacific Flyway Center project. The city finds that the proposed project is consistent with 9 Delta Plan policies and that the remaining policies are not applicable. This project seeks to establish an open space preserve, wildlife and habitat conservation area, and construct an interpretive nature center and educational facility. The project also includes site improvements and habitat enhancement on 2 vacant parcels totaling about 300 acres. The project's public review period closes on June 2nd. In the interest of time, we will not be having an oral legal update. We do not have planned an oral legislative update, although there is a report included in your packet. And as always, our outreach highlights report and active projects lists are also in your packet. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jessica. Any questions for Jessica, council members? Okay, hearing none. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is not.
Okay. Well, then let's move on to agenda item 9, lead scientist report with Dr. Laurel Larson.
Thank you, Chair Tatayan. Can you all hear me? I was having some connectivity issues a little bit earlier. Okay,
Yes.
Great. Well, I'm going to give a highly abbreviated lead scientist report today, given the length of this council meeting, and I would refer you all to the written staff report that you have in your packet. There are just a few things that are really important that I wanted to highlight for you. And one is registration is available for the upcoming Science Actions Workshop, which will take place on July 13th through 14th. You've heard me talk in previous meetings about the update to the Science Action Agenda, and the Science Actions Workshop is a critical part of that update. In the workshop, participants will work collaboratively in order to develop the near-term priority science actions for the Delta. And just as a reminder, it is these actions that really drive funding of Delta science research. So in the workshop, these actions will be identified on the basis of the collaboratively developed top 65 management questions that came out earlier this year, as well as on a summary of progress made on the 2017 to 2021 Science Action Agenda, which went out for public comment just recently. So registration details are currently available on the Council's Science Action Agenda webpage, and that is a morning meeting that will be held 9 to noon on July 13th and 14th. Secondly, I am going to highlight briefly for you an exciting new article that recently came out in the journal Elementa. Some of you might be aware that the Sacramento Regional Sanitation District, or Regional SAN as it's commonly referred to, completed the upgrade to its wastewater treatment plant in the last full week of April. So that upgrade is online now and operating at full capacity. Regional SAN is the largest wastewater treatment plant in the Delta and the largest point source of nitrogen, which is one of the main macronutrients that supports plant growth and primary production within the Delta. The NPDES permit issued to Regional SAN required that it upgrade its nitrogen removal capabilities to modern standards by building in tertiary treatment. This new level of treatment reduces the total amount of dissolved inorganic nitrogen in its waters, but also changes the form of that nitrogen. While formerly the discharge was, was highest in ammonium, the new level of treatment results in discharge that is relatively low in ammonium, but higher in nitrate. So the big question is, how will this change impact Delta ecosystems? And this is a really hot topic, so hot that the question is one of the actions of the current Science Action Agenda, Action 4A. It's also a question with a long political history that traces back to pelagic organism decline, or POD, which is the precipitous decline of most of the native fish species within the Delta that dates back to the 80s, but was quite steep in the early 2000s. Aligned with this decline was a crash at lower levels of the food web, the phytoplankton and zooplankton that ultimately supply energy to fish. One theory, which has some support in field and laboratory observations, is that elevated ammonium suppresses the ability of phytoplankton to take up nitrate, thereby resulting in lower abundances and shifts in species compositions that are unfavorable for the food web. However, there are also conflicting results from studies both inside and outside the Delta. Now, the policy level extrapolation of this theory is that dischargers of high ammonium into the Delta should pay for efforts to reverse POD through, for example, upgrading the wastewater treatment plant. Before the NPDES permit was issued, however, Regional SAN claimed that altered flows were at the root of POD, and therefore that the water users should be the entities financially responsible for reversing POD. So the question of ecological impacts of altered nitrogen forms and amounts to the Delta is one with high stakes. The Delta Science Program has invested substantially in addressing this question through its funding of Operation Baseline, which ensured that appropriate monitoring was in place before the wastewater treatment plant upgrade came through in order to be able to document changes that could be causally attributed to the upgrade. Meanwhile, multiple research groups are tackling this topic from different angles. One, which received funding from Stanford University, just came out with this article that I'm highlighting, lead authored by Aaron Strong. The study was a laboratory study to observe how much and what kind of phytoplankton would grow in water that was sampled above and below the wastewater treatment plant. In addition to incubations of the raw waters sampled from these locations, the researchers also amended additional samples with nitrate, additional samples with ammonium, and a fourth set of samples with effluent from the wastewater treatment plant. They incubated these 3x4 sets of samples under high light conditions and another 3x4 sets of samples under low light conditions. Now, what they found in brief was that the form of nitrogen had no impact on the amount or species composition of phytoplankton that grew in the samples. What did influence the amount of phytoplankton was light level, which they were very sensitive to. Now that the wastewater treatment plant upgrade has come online, we will have the opportunity to robustly observe whether these laboratory results scale to the spatial footprint affected by the upgrade and to the long term. Another important question of interest, which this article did not touch on, was the impact of these changes in nitrogen concentrations and form on harmful algal blooms. And it will be because of the DSP-funded operation baseline that these impacts will be possible to document. So stay tuned for some very interesting science that is due to come out over the next few years in association with this treatment plant upgrade. And so with that, I'll conclude the lead scientist report for today. Again, there are more details in your staff report, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Dr. Larson?
I have one. I just wanted to ask, is this in response to certain mandate they have? Like, you know, down south, we have a mandate of by 2035 having zero discharge, and LA Sanitation is embarked on that process. And I'm wondering if it is similar, like, you know, if they do zero discharge, then they have to do all recycling. Then we stand a lot of, you know, we confront issues like, you know, where the piping goes, how the water is moved, where is it stored. So, but I was wondering if this is an effort in the same direction or it's totally different.
So this treatment plant upgrade is regulated by the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit for operation of the wastewater treatment plant, and it was the renewal of that permit. I have the year written in your staff report, but it's unfortunately not in front of me right now. But it was the renewal of that permit that required this upgrade.
It's not a new thing. It's just you have to still reach that NPDES threshold again. Got it. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Don.
Yeah, just real quickly, I'm very familiar with this. I sit on the Sanitation District Board amongst other hats that I wear in the County of Sacramento, and the plant it lies within my supervisor's district. But I wanted to note that the plant upgrade included a number of different elements, and certainly removing the ammonium, and then that was discharged in the river on the order of magnitude about 30,000 pounds a day has been removed, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Larson, I don't know, you might be able to correct me on that. But the upgrade was about $1.5 billion for the B, major redo of the plant, and again, as Laurel outlined, the cutover to remove this particular constituent occurred just a few weeks ago, and appreciate the research that's gone behind it, because I know there was a lot of debate leading into the 2010 discussion before Water Quality Control Board and the other regulators as related to the permit to discharge. But what I wanted to point out too is that if there was interest at any point in time by any members of the council or council staff, certainly our scientists, to visit the plant, I know that we've been a little limited in some of the tours, and they're still completing some of the construction. There are still some other aspects that will be brought online when overall construction is completed in 2023. But if at any point in time it would be of interest to any member of the council or others or members of the public to visit the treatment plant, we'd certainly welcome that. I know our folks have done a lot of outreach in that regard. So the science is.
I would like that. I'd love to have that.
Yeah, we can make arrangements. So just, let me know, Maria, anybody else that would be interested. We'll make arrangements. Pretty fascinating to see the whole operation, and again, the improvements are significant.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Natoli, and I would also love to be included on that tour.
Good, got it. Taking reservations.
Yeah. Thank you, Don.
Yeah, I'll follow up.
Well, if are there any other council comments or questions? Okay, is there any public comment on this item?
There is public comment. Teacher Desjardins would like to make a comment.
Okay.
Over now. Teacher, you should be able to unmute yourself. Can you hear me?
Yes. This is Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research, and I wanted to say that the Sacramento, the ammonia in the Sacramento Regional Sand was promoted by Coalition for a Sustainable Delta as the cause of the pelagic organism decline. At that point, water diverters in the Delta were pointing to anything other than flow. There was a 2010 interagency ecological program, pelagic organism decline synthesis report, which did look at causes, and they found that the #1 cause was flow. So the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board did require this very expensive upgrade in their permit, but it's not expected to, at this point, I don't think anybody's expected that it's going to do much for the pelagic organism decline. California's Clean Water State Revolving Fund contributed $1.6 billion to the cost, and this was a huge investment. I did want to say that I consider this to be one of the reasons that we really need independent scientists to look at this. Well, I understand, I think it probably was reasonable for the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board to look at it as an issue. Having a 10-year compliance schedule for a $2 billion, cost was that they estimated compliance cost at approximately $2.1 billion. And it was a huge burden on regional sand. So Lisa Wanger, who's on the Delta Independent Science Board, is the former chair of the Chesapeake Bay Science Advisory Board, and she specifically mentioned that her expertise is in looking at investments, in restoration and where they can have impact. And I think this is just the kind of situation where having independent scientists that can really make the decisions and really discriminate between the different competing scientific arguments, because I don't think anybody who's not a scientist really has the ability to look critically and evaluate it. So this is where the Delta Independent Science Board and work by the lead scientist, and I just want to thank Laurel for highlighting this, and I really welcome her coming on and bringing her background and expertise. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Deirdre.
Yes, thank you, Deirdre. Are there any other public comments?
There are not.
Okay, then let's move on to agenda item 10, Delta Levies Investment Strategy Update. And I think Jessica Pearson will introduce the item. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes. Pull up my notes here. Okay, for item 10, today we'll be hearing about our Delta Levy investment strategy, an update on what's been happening over the last 12 months. As some of you recall, in early 2020, the council withdrew Delta Plan Policy RRP1, which was part of the Delta Levies investment strategy, from the rulemaking process in order to evaluate new information that had recently been published by the Department of Water Resources and to look at any implications that that new data may have on our work. Since that time, council staff has been hard at work assessing the information, working closely with our state agency partners at the Department of Water Resources and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and addressing comments from stakeholders. So today, we're here to summarize initial findings and to talk about next steps. With us on our panel, we have Jeff Henderson, Deputy Executive Officer for Planning and Performance, Aaron Mullen, Senior Engineer, and Ryan Stambrough, Chief Deputy Executive Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Good afternoon, council members. It's a pleasure to be back in front of you after the last couple of days of testimony. And we are excited to present this update on the Delta Levees investment strategy. Next slide, please. And I am joined by Aaron and Ryan, and we're going to split this presentation, just give you a bit of an overview to what we'll be talking about. Aaron will provide some background regarding some of the history of the Delta Levees investment strategy, as well as the process to develop that strategy. I will summarize some of the changes to the Delta Levees investment strategy between when the council last considered it in 2018 and is now considering it again in 2021. And most of those changes are the result of incorporation of new LIDAR elevation data for the year 2017. And we'll talk a little about some of the changes that result from consideration of that information. After I'm done with that summary, Ryan will present a little bit of a summary regarding the preliminary draft regulatory language and again, highlighting changes between what the council considered in 2018 and what is before the council today as a result of both the incorporation of the new information, as well as consideration and incorporation of comments offered by stakeholders on the last rulemaking process and subsequent to that process. Then I'll close with a short summary of the CEQA, or California Environmental Quality Act, considerations associated with this work and summarize the next steps. So with that, I'll ask Aaron to begin with the background. Thank you.
Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Can hear you.
Aaron, yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. I know this has been a long day and a half, so I will try and be brief. My name is Aaron Mullen, and I am the Senior Engineer for the Council. My role here is all things risk related, but my primary focus is flood risk. So I'm going to give a quick background on Delta Levees. I know some of you, this is old hat, but we have some new council members, so I think it's important to review this. The Delta, as it currently stands, is a complex system of rivers, sloughs, and channels. These waterways are lined with earthen levees that protect the low-lying islands and tracts behind them. Without these levees, there would be no Delta. There are about 1,300 miles of levees in the Delta proper and an additional 230 miles of levee in the Sassoon Bay. Most of these levees are privately owned and maintained, but about 1/3 of Delta levees are part of a system known as the State Plan of Flood Control, or project levees. These levees belong to the federal government, who has given the responsibility of operating and maintaining them over to the state. To make matters more confusing, you can have both project and private levees protecting the same island. The levees protect people, property, agriculture, the ecosystem, and the state's water supply. Given all this complexity, it's easy to see why the state doesn't have a comprehensive strategy for prioritizing its investments in these levees, and why the council has been working on this issue for so long. Next slide. Perfect, right there.
It's stuck.
All right. At this point, you may be wondering why the council took on this task in the first place. Well, it's because we were told to. Water Code 85306 says that the council, in consultation with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, shall recommend in the Delta Plan priorities for state investments in levee operation, maintenance, and improvements in the Delta, including both levees that are part of the state plan of flood control and non-project levees. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, perfect. The council began addressing this charge in earnest in 2014. It began by defining state interests. The council defined these as risk to public safety, property, and infrastructure, water supply reliability, the Delta ecosystem, and Delta as place. And then the council went on to define risk as the probability of an adverse event times the consequences of that event. The council used the DLIST decision support tool to analyze the risk to each island and tract, and used this information to support its deliberations. Islands and tracts were sorted into 3 categories: very high, high, and other, based on the amount of risk that each island and tract posed. Next slide. Before I hand this over to Jeff, I'd like to step through some of the key milestones in this process. The council spent, as Jessica mentioned in the beginning, the council spent 4 years building this investment strategy from the ground up. We started by identifying issues and state interests, I already mentioned, and assessing the risk. In 2018, the council adopted the results of the first DLIST analysis, and we were preparing to begin the rulemaking process. We published our notice of proposed rulemaking on July 5th, 2019. Around that same time, DWR published its new Delta-wide survey. The survey uses LiDAR technology to map the topography of the Delta, including levee operations and island interiors. The council used the previous LiDAR study done in 2007 to develop our original risk assessment. When the council became aware that there was new data that could change the prioritization, we formally withdrew from the rulemaking process so that we could update our assessment and revisit the risk analysis. We have been working on this update for the last 15 months. That concludes my part of the presentation. Thank you for your attention. I'll now hand it over to Jeff, who will discuss the results.
Great, thank you, Erin. I'll now summarize some of the key parts of the risk analysis that were updated using the new information. And again, just to underscore, the key piece of new information is this additional LiDAR elevation data that essentially changed our understanding of the elevations of island floors, levees, and other items in the Delta between 2007 and 2017. And so these updates use the 2017 LiDAR data to the levee crest, the island or tract floor elevations. These were all updated based on the newest and most complete data available. Levee crest elevations changed, and some went up, some went down throughout the Delta based on a number of factors, including completed improvements, the natural degradation of levees over time, and corrections to older, less precise elevation data. We also updated hydrologic data that underpins the DLIS using information that was recently developed by the Council for Delta Adapts. There's a decision support tool that supports the Delta Levees investment strategy, and the tool was updated to use this new hydrology that then brings DLIS into compatibility with the Delta Adapts vulnerability assessment. That updated hydrology generally results in lower water levels throughout the Delta, with a few notable exceptions. Water levels are slightly higher in the far south Delta along the San Joaquin River during rare events, and water levels are significantly higher in the Yola bypass. Third, council staff updated the fragility curves that underlie the Delta Levees investment strategy to reflect current levee geometry. The fragility curve for each island or tract was adjusted to use new levee geometry that was developed using the recent LiDAR data. And this update generally results in a lower risk of levee failure throughout the Delta. Next slide, please. So updating the decision support tool using the information that I just described changes our understanding of existing risk in the Delta. The updates above reduce a number of factors that are considered in the tool, including estimated annual damages, estimated annual fatalities, and the risk to levied habitat. And those changes reduce estimated annual damages, generally reduce estimated annual fatalities, but do result in a slight increase in the risk to levied habitat, while other risks remain largely unchanged. As shown on this slide, risk to life is reduced when we consider the new information. The expected reductions in risk to life are the result of targeted state levy investments to improve public safety. The risk to life continues to merit further investment in delta levies, but our analysis here shows that there have been significant improvements in reducing this risk over that 10-year period. Risk to property is also reduced by considering the new information, again as a result of targeted state levy investments. Risk to habitat areas, expressed as the number of acres flooded per year, does increase slightly when we consider the new information. And this change is largely due to substantially improved information describing levee elevations in Sassoon Marsh compared to what was used in the 2007 observations. Risk to water supply, the islands or tracts that support a water supply function would serve at least one of the following rules. It's either a salinity barrier, the island would support existing water supply conveyance, or the island contains existing water supply infrastructure. Some islands, for example, Holland Tract, serve all three functions. There is no change in risk to water supply when we consider the new information because the number of water supply islands that would experience risk would remain constant. Next slide, please. The risks to delta as place are considered in the decision support tool as risks to prime farmland, risks to legacy towns, and risks to public roadways. And the risk to prime farmland remains about the same when we consider the new information between 2007 and 2017, although the number of islands at risk to flooding on an annual basis decreases slightly. The risk to legacy towns also remains about the same when considering the new information. All 12 legacy communities that were considered in the D-list tool originally continue to have an annual flood risk of greater than 1%, which is the risk threshold considered by D-list and the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. The risk to public roadways also remains about the same when we consider the new information, although the number of islands with public roads with an annual flood risk of greater than 2% decreases slightly, and that 2% is the threshold that was employed in both of the analyses for D-list. Next slide, please. So the maps on this slide identify the D-list priorities for each island and tract based on the 2018 information that was before the council on the left and 2021 information before the council on the right. On both maps, most islands and tracts fall within the same priority categorizations, although the number of islands in the very high and high priority categories increases, while the number of other priority islands decreases, as would be expected if one were taking into account sequential levy improvements over the 10-year period. A few notable exceptions include the following, and these are identified using asterisks on each of the two maps. West Sacramento moves from very high priority to other priority, and this change is a good example of one driven by a very large levee improvement project that was recently completed. Central Stockton moves from the very high priority category down to the other priority category as well. And this change is driven by a significant change in the positive to the estimated base flood elevation. Grand Island moves from very high priority to high priority. So these are examples of islands just stepping down from very high to high. Terminus Tract would move from high to very high, so that one going up in priority. And Roberts Island moving from high to very high, again, up in priority. And these islands and tracts generally are moving up in priority as others fall due to improvements and other factors related to the data that we summarized previously. Next slide. So as the council works through the Delta Adapts project, we're also gaining a better understanding of climate change vulnerabilities in the Delta in 2030, in 2050, and beyond. Levees are and will continue to play a critical role in reducing flood risk, but they represent only one of many tools to reduce that risk. The council is now beginning an adaptation strategy, which I believe we heard about at our previous council meeting last month, that will identify a suite of solutions to this challenge, which may inform future updates to the D-list. It is important for the council to finish this analysis before considering how climate change would impact the investment strategy going forward. Staff may bring recommendations to the council at a future meeting regarding climate change considerations within D-list, and we welcome any input from the council or the public on this matter. Next slide. Council staff also developed a social vulnerability index for Delta Adapts that identifies areas of the Delta with a high proportion of vulnerable populations. Most islands and tracts with a significant population of vulnerable individuals are identified in D-list as very high priority or high priority D-list categorizations. Next slide, please. Two notable exceptions to this are West Sacramento and Central Stockton, which are highlighted in the table on the right-hand side of the slide before you. As discussed previously, both were recently assigned to the other priority tier based on recent improvements and changes in base flood elevation, resulting in a lower probability of flooding or risk. Staff may bring recommendations to the council also at a future meeting concerning whether and how best to incorporate consideration of vulnerable communities within the D-list, and we welcome any input from the council or the public on this matter. Next slide, please. Now I'll ask Ryan to summarize the modifications to the preliminary staff draft regulatory language. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff, and good afternoon, Chair Tatayan and council members. I am Ryan Stambra, the Chief Deputy Executive Officer for the council. As was noted, the council directed staff to withdraw the proposed updates to RRP1 from the rulemaking process in March of 2020. This afternoon, I will be discussing the current staff thinking around the proposed regulatory language, highlighting along the way aspects of the 2018 language that staff proposes to change based on feedback from stakeholders, the Delta Levy Investment MOU working group, which includes the council, representatives from the flood board, and representative from the Department of Water Resources, as well as previous public comments that have been provided to staff from council members. For the benefit of the council as well as members of the public, the proposed changes to the 2018 language are reflected in red and included in the meeting packet. Now, turning to the language contains three distinct parts. The first section covers definitions, which in part define the scope of levy-related activities and how RRP1 would ultimately apply to each activity. The second section contains the island-specific priorities that Jeff discussed, and the final section details the department's DWR's annual report to the council pertaining to its Delta Levy funding activities. Starting with the definitions, where generally speaking, the revisions proposed by staff are intended to better distinguish between what specific activities would be deemed levy improvements and therefore subject to the D-list priorities, and what activities would not be subject to those priorities. Additionally, staff is proposing the refinement of the levy maintenance definition to now include levy operations, which aligns with a 2018 resolution adopted by the Central Valley Flood Protection Board on that topic. And the final aspect I would note for the council is the proposed removal of levy rehabilitation as a definition. From staff's perspective, this will improve clarity around the types of activities that the priorities would apply to and is in response to stakeholder feedback. Turning to section 5012, entitled The Prioritization of State Investments in Delta Levies and Risk Reduction. Given that Jeff previously discussed staff's proposed changes to the island by island priority tiers, I won't spend much time there. However, I would like to highlight the addition of Delta Levy operations and maintenance activities to the priority section. This proposed addition is not only consistent with the authority provided to the council by the Delta Reform Act to set priorities for such activities, it also aligns with feedback that the council has received from interested parties over the course of the DLIS process. Through the DLIS MOU work group, staff have worked to ensure that the standards proposed for both non-project and project levies are consistent with the regulations, as well as the policy guidance of the flood board and the department. And then finally, turning to the third section of the proposed language, where DWR's annual report to the council is detailed. At a high level, the changes proposed by staff are largely clarifying in nature. However, there are 2 points that I would like to draw the council's attention to. The first revision clarifies that while a number of Delta levy related activities funded by the department would be addressed in the report, only levy improvement activities would be subject to the island by island priorities, and therefore would be discussed accordingly in the report. And second, the report would now include a discussion by the department detailing improvement projects that were not only funded by the department, but also those projects that the department chose not to fund, and include a rationale for that decision. This addition came in response to council feedback at the department's 2019 voluntary DLIS report presentation. And then finally, before turning back to Jeff to conclude our presentation, I would like to underscore staff's appreciation to all interested parties, as well as the Delta Protection Commission, who have participated in the development of this initiative from the beginning and have made themselves available to staff many times. Going forward, staff is committed to continuing this level of engagement and collaboration with all parties. And I'll now turn it over to Jeff.
Okay, next slide, please. Thank you, Ryan. I'm going to summarize sort of where we're going from here with this process. Council staff is currently reviewing the modified preliminary draft regulation for CEQA compliance, or California Environmental Quality Act compliance, to address any potential effects of the changes proposed to the DLIS priorities and the draft regulation that were adopted by the council, changes relative to those pieces that were approved by the council in 2018. So the council is currently working on preparing an addendum to the Delta Plan Amendments Program EIR for this purpose. And staff will present that addendum to council for approval prior to seeking direction to reinitiate rulemaking for Delta Plan Policy RRP1. And we anticipate doing that at a future meeting. Next slide, please. So for next steps, as I mentioned, at a future meeting, staff will present a CEQA analysis of the proposed changes to the DLIS priorities, as well as the modified preliminary draft regulatory language, in addition to staff recommendations regarding the priorities on the matters that I summarized in previous slides. The modified preliminary draft regulation and rulemaking for the council's consideration. Following that, the council will reinitiate the APA OAL rulemaking process for Delta Plan Policy RRP1. So that's the point at which we would then reinitiate our process, which essentially kicks off another round of potential public engagement opportunities with the council with regard to the Delta Levies investment strategy. And I'd like to add my thanks to Ryan's, to those who have been instrumental in helping us refine this regulation, this potential regulation, and the priorities thus far. And look forward to working with you all as we continue. Thank you. That concludes staff's presentation.
Great. Thank you, Jeff, Aaron, and Ryan. Council members, any questions or comments? Don?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. And thank you, Jeff and Aaron and Ryan, for the presentation. I wanted to ask, and again, I wasn't here for the first round of this, and certainly staff has briefed me and got me up to speed on, as they just have done today with this report. But I wanted to ask, with the levy priorities, then all the way the levies are categorized, high, very high or moderate, that gets embedded in the regulation as well. So if there's a change in that, then you have to go back and change the regulation potentially. So if a island either moved up or down, or levies moved up or down, does that require then those adjustments have to be, or would that be an addendum to, you'd have the regulation relative to the investment strategy, but then you wouldn't have the levies all put into the regulation. Otherwise, I could see a very cumbersome process potentially. And so I wanted to kind of know how that would work, I guess.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Natoli. As currently constructed, you're correct. The islands appear in the table in the regulation and are categorized as very high, or other priority. We definitely envision DLIS being sort of a living, breathing process going forward, and understanding there will be new investments, there will be new data, and we will be in this process of, I sometimes internally call it perpetual DLIS, where we're going to be considering that information, updating the priorities, and refreshing the regulation on a fairly routine basis. I think at a staff level, we've probably considered that to be something that might run parallel with the Delta Plan 5-year review. So it could be an activity that we engage in perhaps roughly every 5 years, and or when new significant information or significant events present themselves. So the answer to your question is yes, but it's something that we have anticipated.
So just pose a question then, maybe back Jeff, that is there because just what was accomplished in looking at the, from the 2014 to 2017, the LIDAR, and as you said, other investments that result in work that moves a levy and all the risk factors that it protects for, either up or down. Just in the last year, last 15 months since the pause occurred, obviously with the intent that it was accomplished to look at the new data. I mean, that was on a much shorter time frame than every 5 years. And so I guess, is there a practical way to incorporate by reference to the regulation, but to allow flexibility? Still would, I presume would come back to the council, but maybe every year or every other year, and I know there's work that goes in behind it, but that would, because rulemaking there's a very formal process. I mean, I'm not as knowledgeable as some here about that, but I just know that it's a very, whether you're working on it at staff level or not, there's other elements to it that, can certainly add to delay and, or, can kind of prolong it, I guess. So has there been consideration given to a way to certainly do it, would allow for a more practical update in currency than rather than just tying to an every 5-year process? Because I think a lot can happen in 5 years. I mean, as evidenced by what happened the last 15 months and reviewing the information, it has a couple of years of data, being dated a couple of years, but nonetheless be more current.
Supervisor Natoli, we have considered that potential.
Okay.
I guess the answer I would offer is essentially, as proposed, what's before the council is a regulation, and that regulation does require us to go through the rulemaking process. I think, the direction that we've received with regard to proceeding with this matter is to process this as a regulatory update. And that would require us to go through that process. I guess maybe it's a way of saying, I think there is a desire for there to be some level of permanence to this information, with the understanding that it would be revisited over time as new information emerges. Jessica, is there anything you would want to add to that?
Yes, thanks, Jeff. I think there's two things that came to mind, Councilmember Natoli, as you were saying that. No one knows the burden of our process more than we do. So it's certainly something we've thought a lot about, carefully about. But I think, and the rulemaking process, is important, and it allows for an additional level of public review and scrutiny and input and economic impacts analyses. So we recognize the importance of it as well. I think two things. One is that the LIDAR data that was recently published that kind of sent us back to the books a little bit on this is every 10-year data. So even though our timing was a little unfortunate we were about to go through rulemaking when this was released, that is data that we expect to be updated, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, but I believe no more than every 10 years, at least with current technology and funds. And then secondly, I think another way we've dealt with embedding flexibility into the regulation is by moving over the course of the last few years we've been working on this to make it really a reporting requirement for the department with an allowance that the department can deviate from what the council may propose as long as they substantiate that deviation and describe how it ties back to the goals. So if we were 2 years into implementing our regulation and there were significant upgrades that occurred, the department would simply state that that is modifying the analysis, but at least we would still be the beneficiaries of the information. We would know why the decisions were being made and with what goals in mind. And that is more than we've had over the last couple decades.
Okay. Well, I find that helpful, and it may be that I'll spend some more time, obviously, with staff and certainly, to get a clear understanding kind of that process you've described, Jessica, and certainly, Jeff alluded to in his response too. But because I think having some flexibility, certainly accountability, but also flexibility, recognizing that, things aren't all that static in a lot of respects. Okay, well, on that point, and I appreciate that. I just had one other, and I know we've received some commentary from certainly at the commission level and, in other meetings that have occurred over time on the whole definition as it relates to rehabilitation, repair, and replacement, and how that gets treated under the levy operation and maintenance. I guess as I tabbed it, I think it's on page 1, it carries over to page 2 under the red line portion that was provided in our packet. Is that something that's still under consideration? Because that's there's been a lot of back and forth. I've tracked a little bit of it, and again, got myself more acquainted here in recent months. But that whole definition of repair and replacement and rehab versus some of the things were described that are fairly nominal when you talk about mowing and tree and brush trimming and so forth. And so, without taking a lot of time, I know the hour's late again, but that's something I know from perspective of some of the RDs and some of the local folks that is an important point, and maybe you've heard from others in the process as well. So maybe Jessica, you could.
I think Ryan is the best person to speak to.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, happy to do so. Thank you for the question, Councilman Tully. As you note in the proposed staff draft language, there is the aspect there that staff is proposing to delete the standalone definition of levy rehabilitation. And as I noted in my remarks, this was in direct response to what we heard from several stakeholders. And the concern specifically here was that rehabilitation is an eligible activity to be funded currently through the department's subventions, levy subventions program, which funds largely maintenance operations for Delta levies. And the concern was that staff heard from folks was that the rehabilitation activity would be subject to the priorities, the tier by tier priorities, and therefore have an impact on local reclamation districts' ability to obtain maintenance funding. So in response to that, staff proposing to pull out the rehabilitation definition or delete the rehabilitation definition, coupled with refine what is considered levy improvement. And what I would point there is the language that reads, in part anyway, under levy improvement definition, any activity that is intended to reduce the probability of flooding or the addition of a feature that did not previously exist. The way staff views that is the reduction of flood probability would not be associated with rehabilitation, nor would the addition of a feature Obviously, when you're rehabilitating a levee, maybe due to some damage, that would not be a new feature, but rather the kind of repair or rehabilitation of an existing feature, nor would it increase or reduce the flood probability. So the two suggested actions are intended to really work together to address the stakeholder concerns there.
Okay, so just one final, Ryan, to that then. So is it staff's take or belief or opinion, I guess, that this has addressed in large part the concerns of the stakeholders like the RDs and some of the folks who are part, the ones that are going to be on the line a lot of times, working with state and other entities to draw down funding, but also actually accomplish that work. So is it your take?
That is our hope and our intent, Councilmember.
Okay.
I would just say that should the council ultimately direct staff at some point in the future to initiate rulemaking, we would continue to work and consult with those parties to ensure that we are able to address those concerns more fully if this does not resolve.
Okay, good. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Certainly. Any other questions from the council members? Okay, let's see. Any public comment on this item?
Here is public comment. First up is Dante Namalini.
Okay, good afternoon, Dante.
Oh, thank you very much, Dante John Namalini. I'm the manager and counsel for the Central Delta Water Agency. I also represent as secretary and counsel many of the reclamation districts in the Delta. Our agency has worked closely with other reclamation district representatives and engineers and the Delta Protection Commission and your staff. And I thank your staff for their efforts at working with us to resolve some of the issues that we had. We were part of the group that urged the council not to do the regulatory effort or continue with it way back when. And I know a couple of you were on the council at the time. And I thought the direction from council went beyond the LiDAR information and encouraged staff to work with stakeholders in order to resolve these disputes. And in fact, the stakeholders and their staff have done that, but it wasn't mentioned in the report. It sounds like it's just a purely engineering LiDAR addition to the matrix that comes about in developing the higher priority or the highest versus the high. That matrix is very difficult to take pure engineering information and recognize the interrelationship of the levee systems on the various reclamation districts as a whole. The legislature previously adopted in statute that key to preservation of the Delta is preservation of the levee system. And the levee system has been treated as a system for many years, including the flood hazard mitigation plan, which I exposed some of you to, associated with the Lookout Slew, but I don't mean to interrelate the two. But FEMA required the state to come forward with a hazard mitigation plan that involved the levee system as a whole. And there's a map of that. It has all these various levees identified. And the plan was to bring those levees up to Bulletin 192-82 engineering standard. And efforts have been made to get those levees up to that standard, but they're not there yet. The other thing is the recognition of a possible earthquake failure of 20 islands in the Delta. And the rush, if that occurred during a drought, the rush of that water, saline water, would come in and contaminate the Delta pool. So we have been working, we in the Central Delta Water Agency and this group of local reclamation districts have been working closely with the staff of the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California to fashion a more immediate game plan to protect what we call the freshwater corridor. And that's the ability to move water from the Sacramento River to the export pumping plants in the event there's such earthquake and the saline intrusion. Now, in that are levees that we view deserve the highest level of designation. Not that they're all going to be funded at the same rate. DWR looks at the status of a particular levee system as to where they would help. And we welcome your review of their decision making. And a good example of that is the lost Slew versus other expenditures of money on levies. But we would like to continue to work with your staff, which we think needs a little direction from you, to improve the listing as well as the definitions. The definitions, in our view, are somewhat ambiguous still. And we would like your direction of staff or authorization of staff to continue to work with our group. To date, they have worked with our group, but they've indicated kind of like they're ready to rely on this matrix alone for determination of these categories. Now, even though there's just a reporting requirement to you, the listing in those categories may very well drive policy decisions as to which levies deserve funding and which don't. And we think the matrix misses out on the critical funding necessary to insulate this freshwater corridor and actually protect the Delta as a whole. And of course, the interest of Metropolitan Water District is to be able to continue to get some water from the Delta as soon as possible after a disaster. So I appreciate the work that's been done, and I would ask that you at least authorize staff to work with us on improving the definition. And I agree that it's not necessary to put these categories into regulation, but if it has to be, it has to be, but it would be better to have more flexibility in terms of writing the regulation, if that's what we need to do, that would allow this to change with different conditions that we're going to see in the future. So thank you very much. And there's a need for us to move forward, anticipating sea level rise, as well as the better evaluation of earthquake threat. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dante. Are there any other public comments on this item?
There are. So Deidre Desjardins is also going to speak.
Thank you. Deirdre Desjardins, California Water Research. I just wanted to say, please ask the council to be mindful that median projections of sea level rise by 2050 are about 1 foot. And so the investment decisions we make now about whether to invest in raising these levees are largely going to determine whether those levees flood in a 1 in 100-year flood at mid-century. And the levees that are not protected will flood all at once. So it will have an absolute major impact. The North Delta is less vulnerable to sea level rise. It's mostly dominated by river flooding, and that's very helpful. but we are very concerned to see an other designation for levies that protect the town of Cortland. That area has about 1,000 people, and there's a school. I'm sorry, Clarksburg. Clarksburg has the Delta High School there, and my understanding of the other category is that that was a decision that there's no state interest, and I don't think that if there's a school behind a levy that there should ever be a decision that there's no state interest in protecting the school unless the school is moved. Portland also has a middle school and a library, and that was in the other designation. And regardless of if the risk is low, I think you need to consider the catastrophic consequences. And I don't think even saying, oh, it's acceptable to subject school kids to flooding should ever be done. I think it's an ethical issue. So I really hope you'll consider that. And I also think you really need to look at this as a system, because whether the state is allowed to spend money on upgrading those levees, raising them by a foot, will determine at mid-century whether those levees survive. So this is a huge issue. There's issues of equity. There's issues of financial resources. I happen to feel that with the infrastructure that's at risk, the state should be having more investment in the system. But anyway, thank you very much, and I appreciate your time after a long meeting.
Thank you, Deirdre.
We do have another public comment. OSHA
Okay.
Reserve.
Good afternoon. OSHA Reserve for local agencies of the North Delta. Just to add in a couple of more comments, I like some of the other speakers have been tracking this DLIS issue all the way back to the beginning of the council. So I was refreshing my recollection through a binder that has part of that in it as they were going through the staff report. I think that yes, we would like to have support and direction coming from the council level to help staff get through the remainder of this relooking of the D-list policies. One thing I want to make clear, and I would like the council to look at itself in conjunction with staff, is that there's nothing in 85306 that says that the list of levees or islands needs to be in regulation. I don't know, I couldn't find in my binder when that happened, but back in 2013, and in the current version of RRP1, there's an interim priority, and it's a table that lists goals and that tries to provide some direction. And that was a compromise that was made at that time because there wasn't enough information to do the list. I know there was a push to do a list even back then that we all argued against as advocates on behalf of Delta interests because of all the reasons that you've heard today, just how onerous that is and how quickly things change, as you can see even from the process of getting toward a final regulation a couple of years ago, pulling it back, coming back again. And it's just very inefficient, if nothing else. And there just isn't anything in the law that requires you to have that list. And so I would just really ask you to take a look at that and discuss that with staff and take stakeholder input on that issue, because I think it gets yourself into a very inefficient cycle that, if the goal of the, in 85305 is actually to reduce risk in the Delta, and you also have performance measures that actually say that you check off that box as you get more areas under, up to the different standards applicable to agriculture and urban areas.
you will not be reaching those performance measures at the rate you should if you, get yourself caught up in a circle of red tape. If the goal is to promote, actually getting better protection, then we need to move expeditiously toward that. And if it's to help push DWR and these other agencies and help bring together information, that could be valuable. But if it's just a spin cycle of, do and redo, I just don't think it's a very good use of public funds. The other thing is that I don't believe that the decision tool that is part of how the map was made and the list that's being proposed now as kind of the initial cut that staff has made does take into account the levies as a system, the interrelationship of the system, or to prioritize protection of that freshwater pathway that Mr. Nomalini mentioned, and which is, if you look at RRP1, one of the, is the number one goal for the levee network. And so it may be that there's more levees within the center of the Delta in particular that need to be connected together, because it doesn't help to just to upgrade one and not the other. And that's why even in the Delta Plan, Chapter 7, and in the performance metrics, we are talking about trying to get the most number of levees up to Bulletin 9282 and PL 8499 standards. Let me just look at my notes. So I would just ask, I think there's some good progress being made. I think the group, especially, more so than me as an attorney, but the Delta engineers and the district managers and those folks, I encourage the council to ask staff to continue working with those groups to get the feedback to make sure that this regulation, when it is finally adopted, is laying out something that will be efficient, something that will be effective, something that will not waste public resources on a process that doesn't really lead to that increased level of flood protection that I think a broad swath of different stakeholders agree is critical, especially going forward and thinking about climate change. So thanks for your time, and I look forward to working with staff to try to get these regulations in shape for adoption. Thanks.
We have one more public comment.
Okay.
Gilbert Cosio.
Thank you, Chair Tatayan and council members. My name is Gilbert Cosio with MBK Engineers. It's been a while since I addressed you, and certainly there's been a little bit of turnover on the commission, so or the council. So I want to explain more who we are. MBK Engineers represents, as district engineer, 33 reclamation districts in the Delta and Suisun Marsh. Most of our districts are in the northern and central Delta, with the two of them in the South Delta. I've been working at this for 37 years. And during that time, I've worked for additional districts. So personally, I've worked for about 50% of all the districts in the Delta. We also represent the Central Valley Flood Control Association and the North Delta Water Agency. So we're heavily involved in all the ins and outs of the Delta. The first thing I want to do, as Mr. Nomalini did, is to thank the staff. We were given a lot of time by our technical staff, led by Aaron Mullen, Corey Copeland, and Andrew Schwartz, and then also got to talk to Mr. Henderson and Mr. Stambrough, which was really nice to talk to more management type people. And I do believe the change in the island by island map that was presented during the staff, I think some of those changes reflected some of our input. I mean, as Dante and Osha explained, we're heading in the right direction. We're still a little bit uncertain about the definitions and the use of a risk analysis, which we don't think is appropriate in this case. If you think about a risk analysis, the way I like to describe it is like a tower of champagne glasses, and you start pouring champagne on the top glass, and everybody that needs the champagne will get as much as is poured. But if the bottom ones will never get any champagne if there isn't ever enough money to go around. One of the early decisions in the Delta Levy Subventions Program was that everybody would get better together, and certainly DWR, because there were other important islands in the Delta, would have access to special projects that they could deem important and focus other money on those. But the subventions itself was was kept as a whole so that every district had a chance to take part. And like I said, I've been around for 37 years, and I was fortunate at a young age to get involved in policymaking type things like this. I remember back in 86 and 87, I was on a coalition that actually helped draft SB 34 that was carried by Senator Dan Boatwright, which was the enabling legislation for the subventions program. Got a big kick financially at that time. And then I was a participant in the BDAC and BDOC and CalFed, and I was a member of the Delta Vision stakeholder group, and the Delta Levy Subventions, or the Delta Levees Habitat Advisory Committee, was part of the BudPAC. We were actually a subcommittee of BudPAC. So we've been heavily involved for a lot of years, and every one of those processes understood that the whole was greater than the sum of its parts. And I know that the staff described how Delta's place is included in their prioritization, but I don't think it goes far enough. As you start breaking the islands apart, like Ms. Meserve said, you kind of don't look at the interaction or the reason why neighboring islands kind of help out other islands. One thing that's out there now is your social science initiative. I think that will speak to this sort of thing, because there's got to be a critical mass of farming to keep the Delta going. If that we don't have a strong farming economy, the Delta is just not going to survive. It's not a matter of separating every island. As long as they're high in the priority, they're going to survive. That's not going to be the case. If the services aren't there, the workers aren't there, the farmers aren't there, it just won't last. So I don't want to belabor the points that were brought up, but I just want to let you know we're here to help. I think that we can show you that the difference between the 2007 and the 2017 LIDAR is a result of the way the subventions and special projects understood that everybody needed to get better together, because in fiscal 2012, we went back and made sure that those districts that may have been falling behind were granted additional money. And one of our districts, particular Empire Tract, actually overtopped during the 2006 flood. That's how low this levy was. And we were able to get enough state money to generate about a $13 million project. And today, that's the one island that I don't worry about as much as some of our other clients, because we spent a lot of money. The state understood that was kind of one of those levees that was along the freshwater corridor and needed to be rehabilitated, and we've done a great job. So I don't want to add any more to your long meeting here, but just thank you and your staff again for working with us, and we're looking forward to continue working together. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Gil.
And
Well, yes,
Sorry.
Beck,
That's it for public comment.
thank you. Well, that moves us to agenda item 12, any public comment on any topic not on the council's agenda.
I'd like to circle back to Deidre Desjardins. She wasn't present during the first public comment, and I'd like to give her the opportunity this time around.
Thank you. I just wanted to conclude by saying I think the Delta Stewardship Council is on the Delta is the New Orleans of the West Coast, and it's right on the bleeding edge of climate adaptation, and I think you're doing incredibly important work, and you're facing, wicked issues and in looking at the science for climate adaptation. And I really hope that you'll be able to continue to fully fund the Delta Independent Science Board and continue to have scientists lead on climate adaptation, because I think this is a state and national model to have the kind of research you're doing and the kind of science and the governance you're doing and the way you development in the Delta has been restricted is something that we should be doing. Our coastal cities up and down the state, and it's not happening. but I know it's an incredibly wicked tangle, and I appreciate all of the time that you're giving and all the work that you're doing under the Delta Reform Act. And I just really thank you, and you have just an incredibly important role. That's it.
Great. Well, thank you, Deirdre. I appreciate your comment. So Beck, just one last check.
You're all clear.
Okay. Well, in that case, we'll move to agenda item 13, preparation for the next council meeting, which will be June 24, 2021, again via teleconference. Thank you, everyone, for all your time, and see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Tatyan. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all.